been a couple weeks since we've spent every day together. It is 9:09 on Thursday, February the 11th, 2021, and this is a meeting of the Oil Conservation Commission. I'm Adrienne Sandoval. I am chair of the Oil Conservation Commission and director of the Oil Conservation Division. Also with me today are the other two commissioners. Would you please introduce yourselves?
Good morning. This is Jordan Kessler, Assistant Commissioner of Mineral Resources from the State Land Office. Irene, can you hear me?
You're coming in rather faint, Commissioner.
Is that any better?
That is better, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Great.
This is Tom Engler. I'm the Secretary Designate for the Commission. And Irene, I assume you can hear me?
I can hear you, Mr. Engler, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Also with us today, joining virtually, is Florine Davidson, clerk to the commission, and Chris Moander, commission counsel, as well as Felicia Orth, who has served as the designating hearing officer during this proceeding. Today we will be continuing with OCC case number 21528, and the commission will be deliberating and possibly taking action on the application of the OCD to adopt proposed rules to regulate the venting and flaring of natural gas from oil and natural gas production and gathering facilities. The commission took evidence at the public rulemaking hearing held from January 4th, 2021 through January 15th of 2021, and the evidentiary record is now closed. Just a brief summary of the proposed rules. The OCD proposed to adopt 2 new rules and to amend 3 existing rules. The new rules are 1915-27 NMAC, which establishes requirements for operators of oil and gas production facilities to report and reduce the venting and flaring of natural gas, and 19.15.28 NMAC, which establishes requirements for operators of natural gas gathering systems, including natural gas pipelines, to report and reduce the venting and flaring of natural gas. The amended rules are 19.15.7 NMAC, to change the name of a form, add forms, and provide instructions. 1915-18 NMAC, to remove a provision requiring operators of production facilities an application to file an application to flare natural gas. And 1915-19 NMAC, to remove 2 provisions regarding the venting of natural gas at production facilities. The full text of OCD's final proposed rules is available on OCD's website. It can be found both in the case files under the hearing section, as well as all of the documentations, including the exhibits, etc., have been posted on the outreach site for ease of the public, to make it easier to access that information. And with that, I first want to start off today. There were, with the rulemaking lasting from, or the testimony portion of this, lasting from January 4th through January 15th of this year, there were small periods of time where a couple of the commissioners were not able to sit during that live portion. Commissioner Engler, were you able to fully review the transcripts and the record of the portions that you may have missed of the live hearing?
Yeah, Madam Director, I got all the transcripts and have read through every one of them, yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Kessler, were there any portions you may have missed, and have you reviewed the record for those?
There are several portions that I missed, Madam Chair, and I did review the transcript for all of this.
you. And there were also a couple portions that I missed as well, but I have fully reviewed the transcripts and the record for that. All right, now moving on. I think I want to sort of open it up to the commissioners to figure out how we want to tackle this today. My initial suggestion would be, I think there's a lot to do, and there are a lot of different, there's a lot of different items that have been proposed. But I think that there are some sort of threshold issues out there that we need to decide up front. And then if we decide those up front and how we want to proceed with those, then I think it will make it easier to start sort of going through the more line by line. Here's what I want to do on page 3, etc. And in my mind, the biggest threshold issue is sort of the argument of what is waste and what isn't waste. And in my mind, that's the largest one. I think maybe sort of a peripheral one would be some of the requirements that were proposed that are more along the lines of the argument of does the commission have the authority to require flaring? If so, as to what level? Is it the 98% sort of language, or is it just say flaring, sort of some of those kind of issues? And those are the 2 issues I see, but the biggest one being what is waste. But I would love to hear any other suggestions from the other commissioners on a process.
I would agree with that, Madam Chair, and what I would suggest that we do is we start with the statutory definition of waste and then work through the proposed categories in the rule preventing and flaring for acceptable reasons for venting and flaring, so that we can define whether or not those satisfy and have had sufficient testimony presented to satisfy whether or not those constitute waste or do not constitute waste. And I think that's a good place to start. Commissioner Engler, do you have thoughts?
Yeah, well, I guess I want to say that I concur. Actually, the very first pages I have is trying to decide the definition of waste. So I think we're dead on that one. And so these are cross-cutting themes that if we need to decide, and I think that will influence a lot of decisions along the way. I do have another quick question for you, Director. As we go through this, we come to a position where we all don't agree, and I assume we take a vote and then go from there? Or how does
That's
that
an
work?
excellent question. Sorry, that's I think that's a great question. And maybe that's Mr. Moander or Ms. Orth, if you have any guidance on how to handle those situations, that might be helpful up front.
Felicia, did I hear you? This is Chris.
I'm happy to offer what I've seen in the past of board and commission deliberations, but why don't you go first if you'd like?
So my understanding of the general rule is if there is conflict, that's what the voting system is for. But I'm curious what Felicia also has to say about past practice, because that can be helpful and that may change my advice here.
Yeah, so what I've seen, for example, more with the Water Quality Control Commission than any other, is as you take on each section, and if on that section you don't have consensus or complete agreement, you do take a vote on that section and then you move on. And until you get to the end of the deliberation, obviously you're not sort of adopting the entire rule, but you've taken a number of votes all along the way. And put things in the parking lot, as they say, as necessary.
Okay,
So this is Tom Engler. So, as we can do it by section, and so as we go through a section and we concur and come with, all of us a agreement, we can vote on that section and then we can move on. I guess my question is, and not to be that I'm going to be against everybody, but my question is, if one of us disagrees, I do believe that we'll have to vote on that particular item, and then, again, majority would say rules on the case of that position. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what I've seen the Water Quality Control Commission do.
Thank you.
okay. Any other sort of upfront questions from the commissioners? I think I've like taken over this and I'm taking that as a no.
Yeah.
Some questions, I'm just looking at the definition of surface waste. Defined as the prevention of unnecessary or excessive surface loss or destruction without beneficial use. So we just read all of those are.
Commissioner Kessler, this is Irene. Could I ask you to up a little bit? Thank you.
Sure, it's not muted.
No,
Is it
I think
red?
it would be red if it was muted.
So for the court reporter's benefit, I was reviewing the definition of surface waste from the Oil and Gas Act, which is defined as unnecessary or excessive surface loss or destruction without beneficial use, and reminding commissioners that those are guideposts. So my suggestion would be to work through the different categories for venting and flaring, including emergency, malfunction, etc., including the repair and maintenance, dehydration units, pneumatic controllers and pumps, etc. Work through those with unnecessary or excessive surface loss without beneficial use as our guideposts.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah. Open floor, Dr.
Excessive. What, is there a legal definition, or is that up to us individually? What excessive means?
I did just look at, I pulled up the definitional language. More than it, and this is, I don't know if there's a distinguishing factor of a legal definition versus like a common definition, but it says more than is necessary, normal, or desirable, and moderate.
Is that the dictionary definition?
Yeah, that's the dictionary definition. And unnecessary is quite simple, not needed.
And the destruction without beneficial use, what does that mean?
So beneficial use is used for lease purposes. So for example, using gas to run a compressor, gas that's produced to run a compressor that's on the lease, it would be beneficial use. Anything that's used to further lease operation.
Yeah, the beneficial use part, I understand. The destruction part suggests that it's a waste, but it's being destroyed, and it's flared.
I think,
Or vented.
yeah.
Yeah.
Vented's not destruction, but, okay.
I mean, but there are ors in there.
Yeah, they're all ores.
Yeah,
This
they're all
one is
ors,
a-
so they're not mutually exclusive, I think.
So I think one of just a comment on the construction, because everyone's looking at, are you guys looking at the statute or rule here? Just so I can follow.
I think it's the 70-2-3
Okay.
definition.
So I think one of the things you can do when you look at this particular statute is that there's a lot of economic language in it, like inefficient, issues of like non-ratable takings and purchasings. So I think there's at least a theme in here that beneficial use probably has some presumption of economic use. In other words, salable product of some sort.
So if I can't sell it and I can't use it, is it a waste?
I think that's what we have to decide.
That's my
I think
number-
you're zeroing in there, doctor.
Yeah, that's my number one question. To start.
In excess, I mean, those are the parameters that are set forth in the
Unless they're
statute. So
unnecessary,
if it's unnecessary or excessive, and it's either lost or not used or sold.
So Commissioner Kessler, you know, I think you had a thought where we would like look at each one of these and see how they would apply.
Unless there's a different suggestion, I think that the sort of crux of the disagreement of the parties was what is and isn't waste. So the division has proposed in their rule a number of categories in 19, 15, 27, 8.
This is the hard part.
Four.
It also shows up, I think, in G, in the reporting, G2.
So I would propose that we go through these categories and say whether or not based on the testimony that was presented at the hearing, we believe that these categories are appropriately exempting venting and flaring.
Yeah, and it looks like in particular, and these were the ones that I think came up quite a bit. But it's the manual liquid unloading, uncontrolled storage tanks, downhole maintenance.
Did you review this? I'm just gonna start those.
What?
Could you just repeat what you said?
I think some of it's routine downhole maintenance, including operations and workover rigs, swabbing rigs, coiling tubing units, and similar specialty equipment, manual liquids unloading, uncontrolled storage tanks. Pneumatic controllers and pumps, feed patches. I think those are the main ones. But I feel like some of the testimony got really convoluted. So I think it would, I guess even more so than going through, I think you mentioned like the emergency or the malfunction, it's probably important to go through each one of these category by category. But if it would help to go over the definitions of emergency or malfunction and that sort of stuff, at the outset, I'm open to whatever.
Well, we have to start somewhere, so I'm fine just jumping into the categories and seeing where we go. Once they're out there.
Well, maybe we should be looking at this before that is by looking at the positions of the various people in terms of how they perceive that these are wastes. You know, because one of OCD's arguments, was that it's not a waste if technology exists to capture it. So you want to try to look at it from doing waste by waste and then trying to come back to what the positions are from each of these groups, or maybe you're right, maybe it's better that way than.
I guess I was thinking it's sort of, at least for me, it's easier to sort of talk about it in the context of something real. As if, well, like an actual situation, as opposed to like waste is some construct. That's sort of how I was thinking about it. Like I probably can conceptualize it better if I'm talking about something specific. And using the testimony and those pieces of to drive those conversations.
I got you. Yeah.
Okay.
Pick a topic.
Pick a topic. I mean, I think some of the ones we heard the most about were probably the uncontrolled storage tanks and the pneumatics were probably the biggest categories, and fee patches, which sort of go along with tanks. And so that, I guess I'm specifically looking at, what is it, 8? Is that 8 or 9G? I think it's 8G2, and then it's D, E, F, I, and J, which NMOGA proposes to cut. Whereas, let's see. I'm trying to pull up what the OCD proposed, because we have 6,000 different options here. Whereas the OCD basically proposes to leave those in as is. I think they're very, at least what their proposal is very similar to what was originally submitted.
Well, OCD provided this notice of additional changes. You saw
Oh gosh. Yes.
that? And so, and it's part 27 HG3A, its point of changes for clarity and oversight. It's HG3A. I read this, again, a Cochran lost natural gas, and you deduct sold, beneficial use, and it goes on. So they're deducting normal operation of pneumatic controllers and pumps from that volume. In other words, it's not part of the lost natural gas.
Right. From my understanding, from my understanding of the testimony, what pneumatic controllers was aimed to do, and I asked actually quite a few questions about this during various parts of the hearing, is like, I think the intent is if you don't have the total, if you don't have the total amount, then how are you ever going to figure out what that 2% is? Will that so if you're, again, let me rephrase that. If you're trying to get to 98% eventually, and you have these benchmarks along the way, if you're only counting 90% of the total gas in some sort of construct, then that 2% doesn't really mean 2%, it may mean 5 or 7. So it seems very important to have a good basis in order to actually figure out truly what that 2% is, or you're never going to have that holistic number. So I don't think it counts against you.
Well, yeah, I think there's a fundamental question. I definitely had questions about this along the way. Is the intent of the rule with the 98% gas capture, is that intended to measure waste and to say that 98% of gas that does not constitute waste must be captured, or is the intention of the rule that 98% of all gas has to be captured? And I definitely heard the OCD in testimony say that the intention is that 98% of all gas has to be captured, and I question whether
I think you're correct. From what I've seen, it's 98% of the total is to be sold beneficial use captured. So there's a 2% that's lost, or allowed to be lost, I should say. But I'm still lost, so the volume lost is reduced by those various items as proposed by OCD and H in what I was saying. So you're discounting how much is lost with these various items. Isn't that correct? That's the way it's written. That's the way it's written.
You're looking at the first paragraph, right?
Because it asks to calculate the lost natural gas, the operator shall deduct all these items from that. Hence, what's remaining is what's lost. And so all those items that is listed by OCD is not considered lost. And pneumatic controllers is on that list. That's how this is reading to me.
when I don't, yeah. Because we're saying that these aren't waste, they don't,
Well,
the way it's written is that it doesn't count against you.
it
right?
doesn't,
I
it's
see what you're
not,
saying
it doesn't count against you, that it's not waste. Isn't that what, even though OCD is suggesting that for, now, in terms of reporting particularly, you're supposed to still report this.
I think it goes towards the beneficial use though. So wouldn't that actually,
I don't think it's beneficial use.
isn't on lease use or beneficial use is, I think your example was like powering a compressor, right? Powering your gas actuated pneumatics is gonna be the same thing. So it's on lease use gas or whatever the term is. Beneficial use, so doesn't, maybe this is a dumb question, but doesn't that actually benefit the operator to capture and calculate and include in there?
As part of your beneficial use.
As part of your beneficial use. The other component that I too go to or recall, I think it was in Mr. LaFleur's testimony, where it was like, it may be a changing view of what waste is over time. I think he specifically talked about pneumatics in the sense that, there has been a shift, you really no longer use high bleed pneumatics except maybe where there's like a safety scenario. And at like what point, there are other options, granted they can be tough or may not be feasible in all situations to have like electric, to use power, and not have to use natural gas actuated pneumatics. But that's a whole kind of update, and then it almost drives into an even more complicated, and this starts to be where my mind gets a little fuzzy, is like, okay, well, if there's a new facility and they have access to power, should they be installing those using those best practices up front? And if they were to use gas actuated pneumatics instead of the instrument air actuated pneumatics, is that waste? Would that amount, regardless of if it is on lease used gas, a waste, because they could have hooked it up to power, and so now this gas that wouldn't have had to have been used is being used? If any of that makes sense. So it's
No, I'm very much following you. I have kids. I I'm concerned about getting too prescriptive
I am too.
with what we're doing in the rule, but I very much take your point, and I think it's a good one. When does something become waste such that it counts against you? Where there's a better alternative, but I don't think that we can prescribe along the way, you know, how an operator needs to get there. We have to be able to say, all right, you know, it's either in your 2% or it's not.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I agree with you. I don't want to prescribe, but there is a certain amount of maybe encouragement that we have on.
I mean, is that maybe something that's we do similar things, you know, in the operational practices, performance standards sections. You know, we talk about if you're installing a new tank or whatever, you need to use auto gauging. If you build a new station and you have access to power, should you be required to put or instrument air actuated pneumatics in? But I also have concerns that would not have been noticed in the rule.
What if we have a more general statement that applies to all provisions of this rule, that an operator has to use best practices to prevent waste? Best available practices to prevent waste. And I mean, I know that that's not, you know, maybe an operator doesn't look at that when they're trying to decide whether to pull the trigger connecting to power or not. You know, maybe it's not something that they look at the rule and say, oh my gosh, I have to do this. But when they can see that the intent of the rule is to prevent waste using all available best methods, you know.
Well, I think you're on I think that the distinction there, yeah, and the wording that's used in a lot of this document is technically feasible.
Yeah, which is important.
But it's different from best practice.
That's fair.
That's correct.
That's fair.
And I actually think you're onto something there, Commissioner Kessler, about best practices, encouraging. The wording, a lot of wording in here is technically feasible, which is its own. Actually, it's a level higher in terms of things that you can do. A lot of things are technically feasible. Doesn't mean it's best practice or current best practice.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's true.
So, as Ms. Orth said, perhaps we put that one in the parking lot in the sense that we want to add it to kind of a.
Yeah, I was about to start making a list.
Or I'm not sure where the most appropriate place. would
I'm
be for
sort of
that.
I was looking at like, there's a performance standard section for separators, storage tanks, and flares. You know, that section could be expanded. It could just be called performance standards.
Where are you looking at?
27E. It's called performance standards for separation, storage tank, and flare equipment. But I don't know why it couldn't just be referred to more generally as like performance standards.
And then, you know, one of the first things could be an operator shall use. What was your preferred language, Commissioner Engler?
I'm sorry, I was thinking on something.
Technical, wasn't it? You said technical. What was it?
Oh,
Technically feasible.
There's technically feasible is through the document, but you know, using best practices, the current best practices, I think would be probably more appropriate. But I do agree with the division. Does have some thoughts about what is currently today best practices. There may be things that we want to encourage, or there may be things that will become more appropriate in the future that we would like, you know, the industry to go in a direction. So there is a balance there between what's currently best practice and what we would like them to get to with, you know, new technologies or whatever.
That's a good point.
So I don't want to lose that thought, because I think that is a valid thing to evolve to the next level.
I was just gonna see if there's a marker and we could like.
You know what, I can do a virtual marker, I'll just create a document.
Okay.
And just so like, we kind of keep notes.
Yeah, I'm writing them down. I just thought it might be easier to like visualize. I don't know.
We could probably try and put them up on the screen if we're getting fancy.
Yeah, I'm just, I don't know, it makes me nervous. Like,
Yeah.
break it, not break it, but.
There is another question though that I don't understand. Is if it's not a waste, if it's not a waste and it's not considered part of your lost volume, but you know, I think G is asking you to report it still, so you still have to report it. I think accounting, I think in the next section is asking you to account for it. And so the logic there is you maybe, you know, some of these items are not going to consider lost, but we still want to know
Yeah,
them. And I think the purpose there is because we want to, I say we, the division, they want to know, there's so much uncertainty here that maybe there's a desire to get information that may or may not really be important, but we don't know.
It could be, I think it's the uncertainty, like it could be important, but they need more data. I guess so on that statement, I almost see it similar to like what we did with the produced water rulemaking back in July, or whenever that was, where it's a data, I mean, there was like a portion of it that was data gathering, right? Like it was reporting on what types of water were being used, and how much, because at the moment the division didn't have good data. Nobody had good data on like the types of water being used in completions activities. And in order to potentially regulate things in the future, you have to have data now. So I sort of see that as almost the same construct as what we're doing here. We're just talking about a different type of waste.
yeah. I agree with that, and I think that I've been sort of struggling with what is or isn't in the 2% and what's being reported, and I feel pretty strongly that the commission has authority through the statute and through the provision that Mr. Ames pointed out, that we do have authority to require reporting, regardless of whether or not something is or isn't waste. So if there are categories that we think would be useful to gather information on, I think the commission certainly has authority to require reporting for that. I have sort of, I'm struggling with the area of what counts against an operator for their 2%. And if it's not waste, I have a little conceptually through the framework of the statute, I have concerns about counting something that is not waste against the operator. Does that make sense? So if we're saying that something's not waste, but it's still in that 2%, I'm concerned about it.
So the differentiation for you is, or in your mind is, you don't have a concern about requiring the reporting.
Yep.
But if it actually counts against you and requiring the reporting, then there's a concern.
If it counts against you, but we're saying it's
Not waste.
that's
Got it.
what I'm concerned about.
I think that makes sense in my mind, and I don't think, at least in the context of pneumatics again, it doesn't seem to be counting against them.
Okay.
At least that's how I read it. It's being required to be reported so that you have a total,
Yeah.
but it's the on lease usage, so it's beneficial use.
Right. I think I'm following.
Unless it does specifically say normal operations of a pneumatic. Now, if a pneumatic is malfunctioning, which can happen, say it's stuck open and so it's just venting, that would be a waste because it's not normal operations, it's just venting. And that would be the construct of the waste, but the way it's framed.
Because it would be excessive.
Because it would be excessive.
That would be caught under 2G, G2B under malfunction.
Which one? Sorry, say that again.
Under B, non-scheduled maintenance or malfunction.
I think that would be captured under, yes.
So, you know, your example is quite correct. I think it'd be under that one.
Yeah, I think that's right. A malfunctioning, whatever it is, would fall under that.
But to throw a little more fire onto this problem of pneumatics, remember there's been testimony about the magnitude of how much is being let off in pneumatics. And so remember, you know, we struggle with whether it's being a waste, but remember the other part of this is if it's a significant volume, then we need to be then managing that much better. And I'm going to make a statement on the record for NMOGA to think about, because NMOGA in their methane mitigation roadmap indicated pneumatics is the #1 in their roadmap in gas emissions. And NMOGA, and in its roadmap, provided mitigation steps for that. So I think it's inherent on us to be able to, if we don't do it in a waste, we need to do it in a performance standard where we encourage them to go a certain direction.
I think that's an excellent point, Dr. Engler, and also I would just point out that was included in testimony, I believe.
It was in testimony as
one of the
well.
climate advocates that the NMOGA roadmap included that.
Yeah, there was multiple testimony that stated this issue about pneumatics, but I found the NMOGA's own document very compelling. So I say that on the record so they can really talk about that.
Well, I agree. I felt like a lot of the testimony on pneumatics was very, I don't know what's happening here. Just gonna put it right here. I felt like it was very old, like outdated. I don't know what this thing does. It's like half of the table. No. Just put it at a
Should I describe to the audience what you guys are doing?
I'm pretty sure they can see. Unfortunately.
We're trying to make a whiteboard parking lot. This is awkward. That's fine. Yeah, there we go. Just to like put all of our,
Yeah,
flip it around.
that's not technically feasible.
That's practice.
All right, there we go. I mean, yeah, I guess I really struggled with that. Like, it sounded like there's absolutely nothing we can do. This is already the best it can be. And that's where, you know, I'm sort of going with if you're particularly, I understand it could be cost prohibitive to retrofit things. I get that. I get that there's not always power available or enough power or consistent power or the right type of power or all of those pieces. I get that. But in the situations where, particularly if you're constructing a new facility, you have the power available, in my mind, it is absolutely a waste if you're putting old school pneumatics in there.
But I think that can be captured by what we've just discussed and what I have in my notes and what I think
The whiteboard
and
says,
maybe put on the whiteboard, which is requirement of best practices.
yeah,
And if the division finds, a situation where a facility was built without adhering to current best practices and emissions results, substantial emissions results, then that operator would be subject to violation of this rule and associated penalties.
yeah. It sounds like we're all on the same page on that in general. But it's still, so then going to another, I think, facet of the argument, which I somewhat struggle to understand. I feel like a large facet of the waste versus non-waste article, non-waste argument was, can they measure it or not?
Yeah.
Is it accurately measurable? And I don't see anything in the definition of surface waste that cares about if it's accurately measurable. Now, I understand that they want a certain, and I think the division wants a certain level of accuracy in the numbers because bad data in, bad data out concept. But I do not find compelling the argument that, like, if I just can't get something to 100% certainty in my estimations or measurements, that it's not a waste.
I think the counting problem is pulled in because we are requiring 98% capture of waste. So the reason that it becomes important to have accurate measurements is because we're asking them for a number. But I agree that in terms of the statute, there's nothing in the statute saying whether or not you can accurately count it determines whether or not it's waste. Maybe there's just an understanding in our rules that certain categories are going to be hard to measure. And I don't know how we do that. But I don't think, as you were saying, I don't think it's appropriate to have a blanket exemption for any category that's difficult to measure, just like it's difficult to measure.
Well, it's not just measurement. It's going to be either a standard or a model. But I think the emphasis there is to make aware, I guess, to us or for division when they're enforcing these rules, to understand that a lot of these things are not going to be accurate. And so they're going to be estimates. But they're going to be confined to a hard 2%. And so I think there's a certain amount of concern that, hey, you want these numbers, but there needs to be an understanding. I think the desire is that there's an understanding that some of this might not be very accurate. And I think that actually, that concept is true. I think, like you just said, the question here is, it's under our purview to say, okay, but we still want it.
Well, I think yes, but I also think that even if things aren't 100% accurate, which, I mean, what is 100% accurate? I don't think there's probably anything that's 100% accurate in this world. Yes, we can require it to be reported, I think, in the construct of what you're talking about, but I think it can also be waste in some constructs. I don't think they're mutually exclusive. Like, I can't accurately measure, or like, this is not 100% accurate, therefore it is not waste. I don't think that statement is true.
I agree. I agree with. We can't just say it's not waste because we can't measure.
And I I think there was also, and maybe it was Miss Perez, because we kept getting all of these statements like production, it has to be so accurate for production accounting. But there was really no testimony to ever tell me what level of accuracy is required for that. They just kept saying it has to be this accurate for production accounting. And I pushed Ms. Perez to try to figure out what is that level of accuracy? And it's like we went in a circle. Well, it has to be accurate. Well, how accurate? Well, it has to be certain. Well, how certain? Like there was nothing tangible in the record that I could find that like, what is that level of accuracy that's required?
Not like performance standards for meters or something like that, where we would have like a, you know, production reporting is accurate to the production standard or the reporting standard of like a replacement.
Yeah. I mean, but meters have a level of
That's
accuracy.
what I'm saying,
Yeah.
like, yeah, there was nothing similar that was,
Right, but if you're, in my mind, if you're relying on testimony to say it has to be X accurate or you can't do it, but you can't provide testimony on what that level of accuracy is required, then like, I don't know how to use that information to move forward. It was, again, I think very anecdotal, like it's gotta be accurate. Okay, cool, what does that mean? But we never got there. I guess I was never able to get there in the testimony, at least. Maybe you guys were.
no, I'm with you on that. So do we want to move through the categories? I think we all have a better idea of what our thoughts are with waste and reporting.
Yeah, we can. I think so, because I mean, I'm looking at like NOMOGA's closing statement. There, I mean, the main thing in here is natural gas emissions from low pressure sources is not surface waste. And I think we can sort of walk through their argument in the context of each one.
I just saw a chat pop up from the hearing officer that I need to turn the microphone. Oh. Is that better, hearing officer?
It's not much better yet, Commissioner Kessler. You're speaking through a mask and you turn your head toward the chair when you speak, which makes sense because you're speaking to the chair and the commissioner, but that means you're turning your face away from the mic.
Maybe if you put it,
Yeah,
sort of over.
Then I'll just always speak towards you. How about that?
That's much better, thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Feel free to say something if we're not coming in loud and clear. We want to make sure everybody hears us. Okay, all right.
So we're looking through NOMOGA's closing statement. We're looking at emissions from low pressure sources should not be included in the gas capture calculations. And I guess my high level thought on that is I disagree in that anything that's waste should count towards gas capture. And there are going to be some circumstances, at least in my, like the way that I visualize this rule, there are going to be some circumstances where low pressure sources can constitute waste. And there are going to be some situations where they don't. So the work here is then to define what low pressure sources, high pressure, what low pressure sources are waste. And that is what counts towards gas capture requirements, right?
I agree. I think the generalization that all low pressure sources are not surface waste is wrong. I don't find the argument compelling, nor did I during the testimony. At least on the generalization of this like broad classification of low pressure, it's out. Because they seem to tie the argument of low pressure, hard to measure, hard to estimate, therefore not waste. And that chain of statements doesn't line up in my mind.
Whereas if you look at the definition of surface waste in the act, it's unnecessary or excessive. And maybe I would say that there are going to be circumstances, and certainly these were brought up through testimony, and we can identify those, but where low pressure sources emitted unnecessary emissions.
Yeah.
And that constitute waste by definition. So let's find what those are.
Also, Dr. Engler, sort of circling back, I'm just now like processing this. So question you asked like, I don't know, half an hour ago, if not further. In my mind, destruction without beneficial use, I think you're right, that would be flaring. Just if you flip it, destruction, if you said destruction with beneficial use, in my mind, that's like you're using it as the fuel to fire your engine or your heater treater. Or so that would be you're destroying it, but you're destroying it for a beneficial purpose. Whereas destruction without a beneficial use would be flaring.
Yeah, without a beneficial use.
Right, right. I think that's sort of where that goes. So sorry, I know that was like an hour later. All right, we want to walk just straight through the categories?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, everybody, this is Chris. One of the things that'll help with this is, and I know it can get a little tedious, is referencing the exact spots or the exact provision that you're addressing so everyone can follow along.
Great, thank you.
I think we're getting there.
Okay, I think we are looking at 27. Now I lost my page. G.
So this would be OCD Exhibit 2C.
I mean, I guess we could look through either the OCD exhibit. I was sort of looking through the NMOGA exhibit, just because those are the ones, they have crossed off the ones they specifically do not think are low pressure. I'm sorry, they specifically do not think are waste because they're low pressure sources or hard to measure or whatever their argument.
So I'm gonna be looking at them in tandem, the OCD exhibit and the NMOGA exhibit.
Yeah. And it looks like it's mostly in 27 G 2, and then the ones that NMOGA crossed out were D, E, F, I, and J. You know, I think that there was, I'm trying to recall. Well, okay, do we want to start with D? That one's actually one of the harder ones in my mind. For me, it is. D is the routine downhole maintenance.
Okay, yeah, I guess I'm confused. I'm looking at NMOGA's D, venting and flaring during production operations, and then I'm looking at OCD exhibit QC D, and I'm confused about why NMOGA struck certain provisions in G, but not in D. Certain categories, I should say, in G, but not in D.
Oh,
So G is for reporting, D is for prohibiting, for lack of a better word. And I feel like I'm missing something here.
well, I mean, I think there's two things though, right? There's sort of your operational practices and then there's your reporting. And the operational practices are in D.
So are they saying, is NMOGA saying that it's fine if you prohibit these certain types of venting or flaring? In theory, we just don't want it to count against us? I don't. What am I missing? Dr. Engler, do you follow what I'm?
No, I'm looking at something completely different. Go again. So, I'm sorry, I was,
It's all right.
go back to what you're saying there.
So I'm looking at NMOGA's exhibit, and I'm looking at part 27. 27.8D.
D,
Yeah, venting and flaring during production operations.
okay,
The operator shall not vent or flare gas except, and then they have these certain categories where they say it's okay.
I
Maybe
mean,
that's it.
I sort of feel like it goes back again to the, is it measurable? Is it accurately estimated issue? And that's their biggest concern more than,
Maybe they're saying it's authorized during these certain situations, including, for example, liquids unloading, but then they're saying that shouldn't count against them.
right.
Okay, all right, okay.
I think it's sort of two pieces and they
Yeah.
move along sort of in parallel, but they intersect. They're tangential. There we go. They like connect at one point.
Okay, all right, I think I resolved that.
manual liquid unloading that's G2E.
Well, it's also in D.
It's
So
also
I guess
D under the completion, so that's, so they're all connected.
all right, so should we be looking at D for our categories, or should we be looking
I
at
think
G?
G, because G is the reporting
That's
piece
what
of
counts
it.
against. Okay.
I think G, but
Okay.
okay, so G to, and the first one here is D, G2D, which is the downhole maintenance. I actually find that one slightly tricky. I would almost rather start with like pneumatics or deep hatches or storage tanks. Do we want to start with tanks or pneumatic? We've already been talking about pneumatics. Why don't we keep talking about that one? So that's G2I. Venting as a result of normal operations of pneumatic controllers and pumps, unless the operator vents or flares less than 500,000 cubic feet per year of natural gas. And I think that 500,000 cubic feet per year of natural gas, I think that's likely, it seems like that's meant as an exclusion for the smaller operators.
Is there testimony on that?
I don't think so, to be honest. I don't recall it.
Nor do I.
Do you, Dr. Engler?
No, there was not.
I mean, I in general, well, assuming that we don't decide to get rid of this category because it's not waste or whatever that construct is, I'm okay with that exemption just because it actually is quite cumbersome to figure out what pneumatics you have out on your site. It seems like it should be much more simple than it is. And likely operators over some sort of threshold, which maybe this is appropriate, are already going to be doing greenhouse gas reporting. And if they're already doing greenhouse gas reporting, then they've already had to go out and do surveys and determine the amount of pneumatics out there. So they've done that legwork already. So I am comfortable with that exclusion, or that, yeah, sort of exclusion for, I think, smaller operators.
So that's total venting or flaring of 500 per rest.
I sort of wonder if that should be MCF. That seems like a pretty low number.
Well, it's 500 MCF per year.
Yeah. I know, that seems like a pretty low number, doesn't it?
Your threshold for stripper is what, 60 per day?
60 MCF per day.
Like 365 on the day. A lot more.
Well, I mean, you shouldn't be venting all of your gas.
That's what we prefer.
But I mean, that might be why they're not making money, if they're just venting all of their gas. Yeah, I sort of wonder about the unit on that. But overall, I am comfortable with that exclusion portion of it. So then going back to I think the discussion we had earlier is, one, is it waste? Or two, we don't think it's waste, so it doesn't count against you. But it may have to be reported.
So what was the testimony for and against? I can't remember who the witnesses were on this one.
A handful of them hit on it. Smitherman hit on everything, but I
Excuse
didn't.
me. This is Irene. Commissioner Kessler, you're turning your head away now from the mic in the other direction. And I'm sorry to bother you on that. And then also, Commissioner Engler, if you could pull your mic closer to you, I would assume that's what that is in front of you.
If I do that, it's going to take it away from Commissioner Kessler.
You're actually,
Yeah, you have
I
your
think-
own.
there you go. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Am I guess, just loud enough for everybody?
Yeah. Well,
That's
you know, it's just what's actually hurting the sound is the masks, and there's just not a whole lot we can do about that. So
Okay,
Okay.
sorry, Irene, I'll try and be better.
Okay, so I think your question was, who gave testimony? It was done, I believe, by multiple parties. I mean, Mr. Smitherman hit on everything, but I didn't find his testimony to have a lot of technical substance to it. There was, I believe, Mike Smith talked about some of the pneumatic pieces. Oh, what was this guy's name? I just wrote down David. It's not helpful. Oh, I've got it here. It should tell us. Um, Mr. Leonard, I think, hit on it some. Joe Leonard,
Oh, that's right, okay.
he hit on it some. And I think, Mr. Greaves may have hit on it in a small amount, but he was more focused on tanks.
Right.
And then I think Mr. Smith talked about it as well. Whether or not it was listed on his things to talk about.
You also have Dr. McCabe from the Climate Advocates.
Yes, and Dr. McCabe from the Climate Advocates spoke about it. That's a good point.
So should we talk about what testimony we found most compelling?
Yeah. Do that. I'm trying to pull up my transcripts.
Because while you're doing that, I guess on this pneumatics, I'm converging to, I really don't want it, I don't think it should count as waste against the 2%. But I do want it reported because I want to know just how much there is. And again, Logan, its own document has stated that this could be significant. I think there should be a component, as you mentioned, Director, of performance standard for pneumatics, so that we have something to say, this is where we want to get to. And I think if we put that together, I think that's kind of where I'm going in this conversation.
I agree.
So I'm really asking industry to still account for it. But I don't know if I really agree it should be part of 2%.
Unless it's malfunctioning,
Well,
which
that's
then
a
it would
different-
go in a different category. And have that performance standard.
And Dr. Engler, you don't think it should count towards the 2% because you don't think it constitutes waste?
It almost would be, one could argue, well, I could almost argue that it's beneficial use on the lease to be able to control the separator or whatever it's used for, So
Can
I
you
could,
explain that a little more?
a pneumatic controller, it's just there to open and close the valve in terms of whatever they're doing, usually a separator or whatever it is. So in essence, it's part of the best beneficial use of the lease. So I could argue that that is correct, or I shouldn't argue. I would say I would suggest that's a possibility. but remember, there's a component of this that we would like to see more information, and where I hate to put more impetus on the industry to get more and more data that may or may not be necessary. I think we just need to know some of these things.
Yeah. Well, and I think the commission is empowered to ask for that. I'm just trying to
Correct. I think
understand better what your thoughts are and what you're relying on from the testimony to,
well, yeah, I think
shape
again,
your thoughts.
I think Mr. Leonard and Mr. Greaves, you know, they're both they were technical on their side of what they can and can't do. In fact, they demonstrated really that they could do these things.
Yeah.
You know, low bleed and so on, and how they do the design work. Those are examples. But, you know, and I think I thought they were credible in how they were addressing. Of course, they're more engineers, so I guess I can identify. But, so I found that information useful in things that can and cannot be done. So I just think that's where I was leading towards what I could do with this information, or what information we should still get, and make a decision from there. I do have a question. I guess you don't need an answer to this, but can we as a commission request an update of information from division a year from now? In terms of
I mean, I think we could write it in the rule.
that we do what, that this will be reevaluated in a year. I don't think we want to do that.
No.
Dr. Engler, I didn't quite catch that question. Could you repeat that, please?
Okay, my question, is, and I'm not asking really in terms, well, maybe it is in terms of the rule, but my question is that it would be informative to the commission if a year from now or so, we would get an update from division about the process of what they are acquiring and what magnitude of variety of these components that they see as necessary or where it's going. It's just be like an update.
Yeah,
And
I think
and I don't necessarily mean it has to be in the rule. I just wonder, or maybe it should the commission always be updated on something that as important as this?
I mean, I think the commission's empowered to ask for that information. I mean, there's nothing that I don't see anything that prohibits it. Placing it in the rule might be a different story because I don't know where are you thinking it might fit? Like under the reporting requirement?
It would have to be under reporting. I have no concept of where it would fit. I was just thinking it'd be beneficial to the commission to hear back. I'm not necessarily wedded to the idea it should be in the rule.
Well, I think the commission's free to make its request to the division, in a year. I don't think there's any limitation on asking for that. And there shouldn't be any harm in it either.
Yeah, I agree.
I think that's a good idea, Dr. Engler, and I think maybe writing it into the rule is potentially problematic, but we can certainly request a year from now that the division provide, or in subsequent years, the division provide an annual update on findings from the data that's reported. I think that's a good idea. Similar to how we do with the acid gas.
Thank you.
So I was looking through some of the testimony. Mr. Leonard talked about pneumatic controllers. He had an exhibit G5, which mostly just shows pictures. Doesn't. I mean, it does. G5 shows some of it. There's like a process control or a process flow diagram. And he talked some about, let's see. he talks about like what they do, what they're intended to do in the field. Okay, and then on page 25 of that transcript, which is volume 7 from day, volume 7 from day the 12th. Our operator is the question, I'm assuming from Mr. Featherworth or Mr. Rankin, says our operator is able to capture those releases and send it to a sales line. It would be very, very difficult, and that is because, especially on those liquid level styles, switch and the displacer style, the valve that those devices communicate with and the valve that is held in position by a spring, and so using that pneumatic pressure to combat the force of the spring. And so if you were to put that back in the system somewhere, any pressure that would remain on the valve could interfere with the valve's ability to function properly. You know, I don't disagree with his statement that like I don't feasibly see a way you can capture it. Like once it's actuated, I don't know how you pull it back in. I think again that construct is like, what is the waste versus what we think is important. Well, no, let me restate that. So, I mean, I think it aligns with sort of what we're thinking, that this on-lease gas use would be beneficial use in those controllers. But that the information is, so it needs to be reported under the beneficial use category, which therefore means it needs to be reported.
Okay, so it needs to be reported, but not included in the 2%?
Yes,
Okay.
because it's a beneficial use.
Okay.
With those, I think, large caveats that we have on our parking lot here, that we need to include things in the performance standards so that as time goes on, particularly, you know, if you're building new facilities, operators are using equipment that most prevents waste, if able to. Okay. But I see this counting as a beneficial use. And if it's malfunctioning, it goes in the malfunction category, which is B. And so I think Mr. Leonard's testimony aligns with that. And so I'm just thinking, I think that's how it's already currently written in OCD's rules.
But it's the calculation, the description of how it should be calculated.
Which I think is in this updated, the notice of amendment or whatever that was submitted.
They are subtracting out pneumatics as part of the loss, not being part of the loss. So removing that, which is consistent.
Okay. Do we feel comfortable on pneumatics?
Yes, let's move on.
Great. If we want to go to tanks. So there's a couple components on tanks. I mean, there's the G2 F, and then very, I think, closely related, we have G2J. And then also, I think maybe this is where we talk about it as well in the Climate Alliance and PDF. I think they proposed. I'll get to it. They propose a G, which is flaring from controlled storage tanks. And I actually am, I think maybe we talk about these sort of in the same conversation.
Yeah.
Thanks. And this was very heavily talked about by Mr. I think it was Greaves. I think, was that his name?
Yeah.
Are you talking about controlled or uncontrolled?
I mean, so there's all sort of three pieces on tanks. There's uncontrolled storage tanks. There's the proposal from Climate Alliance and EDF that controlled storage tanks should be included. And then there is the feed hatches piece. So it's sort of like three components with tanks.
My take on control, I can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding of control is that those emissions are either captured and used or they're destroyed through flaring. Is that correct or not?
Yes, there can be situations where it might vent.
For control,
Yeah.
would that become uncontrolled?
I mean, I think it would be pretty minimal. It should be minimal.
I guess the starting point for me, definition controlled versus uncontrolled tanks.
Quite literally, I think it's your tank is either routed to a control device or routed to some sort of VRU in order to compress it and get it back into the line. Push it back in.
So sales.
Or you're basically flaring it, or you're putting it. You have a VRU and you're putting it back into a line. So that's a controlled.
So that sounds good.
But Climate Alliance says it defines it as flaring from controlled storage tanks. And so they're wanting, I think, the flaring from the controlled storage tank to count against them. And I actually don't see where the flaring from a controlled storage tank in the other rules would count against you. It sort of doesn't. Whereas other types of flaring counts against you, but not. I guess I wonder if it would be captured in the division's rules under just like basic flaring. Why?
Under the general prohibition.
Yes.
Yeah.
And why it wouldn't just be in that sort of generalized. But I guess, okay, so I'm thinking through this out loud, sorry. You have to report it though, a vented and flared gas in these categories. And what category in theory would one put it in? Flaring from a controlled storage tank. I actually do not know if it's not explicitly called out. Other? Yeah, it could go in other. I think that's messy.
I'm fine with creating that extra category, so it would be just like manual liquid unloading, controlled storage tanks, uncontrolled storage tanks.
Yeah, I think technically in their proposal, they say flaring from controlled storage tanks.
And I guess we don't want to just have a storage tank category because we want to know,
Is it a controlled or uncontrolled storage tank?
is that important for the division?
I'm trying to think about that. I'm not sure it matters for the division. I don't think we heard specific testimony on that thing. We did hear testimony on why controlled storage tanks should be included. We did not hear testimony. Sorry, I'm just thinking out loud.
If we want to put in a reporting of uncontrolled storage tanks, controlled storage tanks, would we not have to put in a definition of those?
Ooh, excellent question. Which would sort of incline me to leave out the qualifier and just call it tanks.
Well, I guess my question is, this word control and uncontrolled is throughout the testimony and the documents. I guess I'm asking is there a definition somewhere that I'm missing in for that? Or
I don't think so. I mean, I would say it's a pretty common, it may not be in here, it's a pretty common terminology, but I see your, I see where you're going.
what? My old definition of uncontrolled is just venting to the atmosphere,
Correct.
and therefore that's uncontrolled. Now, controlled, my thought or definition of that was that it would be either routed to a VRU, sales, flaring. So that would be a control, but I don't know if that's a current day true definition or how we should be looking at this. But if it is flaring, that, yes.
This is Chris. One of the options here, because of what the testimony is trade usage or like terms of art from the industry, common usage in the industry for definitions, because sometimes, if it's not clear, but there's testimony that gives rough parameters of what that controlled or uncontrolled tank likely is, there's always the option to rely on, trade usage.
Okay. So, but maybe let's, before we sort of dive into tanks, right? Like, let's take a, I don't know, I think it would be helpful to take a step back and look at the definition of surface waste and decide, is venting and flaring from a tank surface waste? And I think it's important in the definition that they're ors, they're not ands. It doesn't have to be unnecessary and excessive and destruction without beneficial use. It's or, which is very different. And I would, in my mind, I think it sort of comes into play in a couple places. If you're flaring it at your tank, that is destruction without beneficial use. Right? Isn't that quite literally the definition of destruction without beneficial use? you're not destroying, I mean, it's not being used in your heater treater to fire it, or some other gas-fired unit, or you're not routing it to your pneumatics, or you're just, well, the pneumatic wouldn't be destruction. But if you're burning it in your heater treater, that would be destruction without beneficial use. But putting it in a flare and just burning it is destruction without beneficial use. So I struggle to see some of the arguments by Namoga that it is not beneficial use. I'm sorry, that it is beneficial use, or I think they were, they sort of relied on this excessive and unnecessary terminology. I'm trying to find exactly in the testimony where it went, but I mean, I feel like that is quite literally the easiest piece of that definition. If you're flaring it, then that is destruction without beneficial use. It is quite literally the definition of destruction without beneficial use.
I think that's
Well, there might be a concern that there may be technical or safety risk difficulty in retrofitting an old tank to be able to capture emissions.
But I agree, but what does that have to do with anything?
Anything like,
I guess, why does that make any difference? I think in this rule, the division is not requiring you to retrofit tanks. There's the requirement to upgrade your flares. There's not the requirement to control your storage tanks.
okay, so you have to report it maybe within your 2%, but doesn't mean you have to do work to mitigate it.
Right, unless I think the 2% could drive different practices. Maybe right now you're flaring it and you're over your percentage and you need to come down, and so maybe you evaluate a VRU unit. It's not feasible everywhere. I understand that, but I don't think this rule is mandating that you do it. It just,
It's an incentive.
it's an incentive.
I got you.
And I think that's where the division talked about trying to provide flexibility for operators. And I think in the construct that they've built this, that's what they're trying to do. Because you have a lot of options where you can kind of gain your capture. But I don't think this was requiring you to retrofit it. So I guess I'm not sure that.
No,
Okay.
I thought that was good, thank you. I do have another question though that I need help on. But I think it does kind of tie to tanks as well. There is multiple references within testimony and documents about other agencies already overseeing venting and flaring, and that's everything from EPA to NMED. I have no understanding or concept about that, and how all that dovetails.
Into this.
And yeah,
I think tanks in particular is where it comes up because NMED regulates tanks, right? Emissions. from
They
tanks.
can, yeah, if it.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Kessler, could you repeat that comment, please?
Yes, I'll give the director a moment to think about her answer too. The NMED, as I understand it, regulates tanks. Right?
Yes, and I think no. there are different constructs or sort of regulatory tiers in tanks. From my understanding, there's like your quad OA tanks, your quad O tanks. So that would be like anything after 2011. Then there's like maybe a central tank battery if it falls under an NOI or if it somehow meets Title V requirements. But I would be hesitant to say that they regulate each and every tank that is out there.
Okay, so yes, but it's not exhaustive. There's no.
And I don't think that sorry, I'm trying to think about this. I don't think that what the division is proposing to do inhibits what an MED is, say, doing. I think it sort of dovetails with it because, like I was saying, Dr. Engler, I don't think the rule requires you to do something, but it counts against you in your gas capture requirements. And it could, depending on what we decide right now, count against you in your gas capture requirements. So I'm just trying to like think out of scenarios to say, so what, like for quad OA, you have to have a tank under 6 tons per year. So say you control it to make sure you're under 6 tons per year. So there's tank or two that are tied together that are then routed to a flare to ensure that they're under that 6 tons per year. I think the division doesn't then say, well, we actually need to route that to a VRU. It's just saying that now counts against you in your holistic gas capture requirement. And I think, like I was saying to Dr. Engler, the company can then holistically take a look at where they are and say, well, I'm not where I need to be. I need to find other things to do. And maybe they look at their tanks and say, well, here are a handful of scenarios where we could put a VRU on it. I don't think there are probably all the scenarios that a VRU is applicable or could be utilized, but I think there are some. And so this, I think, rule sort of sits on top of it and like is an extra layer of encouragement that like, just because you're meeting another state or federal requirement doesn't mean you're meeting ours, and you may have to do better. That's the sort of way I see it. Okay.
Well, if I were an operator and I was looking at it, I have multiple standards for multiple agencies and multiple reporting for multiple agencies. I find that inefficient. Let's get back to tanks, but I want to leave that thought back out there in terms of the unification of how things are put together. But, you know, we're trying to work on tanks, uncontrollable, controllable.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I agree with you in some places of that statement, and I disagree with you in others. I think, yes, the reporting is something different. But at the same time, if you're reporting for EPA purposes, you're reporting different numbers. You're probably reporting, you're doing some sort of compositional breakdown, and I do this many tons of VOCs, this many tons of whatever. The numbers we're looking for are different. Now, if the state had some comprehensive IT system, that would be ideal, but that's not the world that we live in. So I want to make it as efficient as possible, but at this, and not create duplication or complication. But I don't think the way that, at least the regulation, I'm not talking the reporting, I'm talking like the regulation of the structure for tanks is right now, is duplicative or mutually exclusive. I think it sits on top of it and it pushes companies to maybe do even better.
Well, I want to move forward on the regulation for the tanks, but I would like to come back about this discussion about reporting of multiple agencies later.
Let me put it on our board.
Okay.
So we don't forget. Okay. Okay, so back to tanks. I'm trying to.
Well, you were saying there is a control tank. There could be cases of venting. And hence, should that count as waste? And I think the answer is yes. Correct?
Venting and flaring, I think.
And
The
so,
way that climate advocates writes it is the flaring of a controlled storage tank. Okay, all these talks about flare meters, flow lines.
but ultimately, you want to count it towards the 2%.
That's the proposal of climate advocates and the division, except for the division doesn't include controlled storage tanks.
Well, provision states, that they thought the category was not required, meaning that because emissions are captured for beneficial use or destruction in a flare.
Right, but I guess I'm confused by that statement because we're saying flaring in other places is waste. So why is flaring at a tank not waste? Unless they're putting it unless your controlled storage tank is controlled by a VRU and you're putting it back into a sales line, but then in my mind, you would look at that category and say, well, that's 0, I've got nothing there. Like, that seems pretty intuitive. I'm trying to find, but I think that the first question we have to decide, and I'm trying to find the exact testimony here from Numoga, was they're saying that that this is not waste. The low pressure venting and flaring from tanks is not waste. And I think that's the first thing we have to decide. And then we decide, assuming it is waste, if we decide it's waste, what does the rule language look like? I was trying to find, I know also Mr. Smith talked about it. I'm looking at Mr. Greaves' testimony right now. But I know Mr. Smith made some statement along the lines, well, most of the time these tanks are at the end of the line, and so there's nothing to do with that gas. And so even if you routed it, even if you got a VRU, it's at the end of the line, and there's nothing to do with it. I mean, I'm looking back at the definition of waste, surface waste again, and we have ors. We do not have ands. We have or destruction without beneficial use, which in my mind is flaring. So I very much struggle to understand how what Mr. Smith's testimony was is pertinent to the discussion.
Who's testimony?
It was Mike Smith, Devin.
Looking at, I'm sorry to do this, but I've been thinking about it for a while and I think
Go
we
for
have to. All right. Surface waste defined as the prevention of, I'm going to read this with 2 inflections. Unnecessary or excessive surface loss or destruction without beneficial use. This is the second one. Unnecessary or excessive surface loss or destruction without beneficial use. So does unnecessary or excessive modify both surface loss or destruction?
Mm,
Because destruction without beneficial use,
I see what you're saying.
I don't think that's a totally separate thing. I think unnecessary or excessive still modifies destruction without beneficial use.
The unnecessary or excessive.
Oh, we're getting into the English grammar part. That's not me.
And this is Chris. I think the way that Commissioner Kessler is reading this makes sense from a construction statute standpoint.
Which of the two ways, Mr. Moander?
I think it was the latter one. If I caught, like, I'm trying hard to catch what everyone's saying, because it is a verbose paragraph that
Do you
could
think
be broken down.
Do you think unnecessary or excessive modifies surface loss and destruction?
Yeah, I think. See, and then when you say that, and I look at it again, then I question it.
Is there any case law on this, Mr. Moander? That's pertinent?
Let me look. Do a brief search, see what I can find on this.
Okay,
So-
would it be good to maybe take like a 5-minute break?
Let's take a break, because I mean, I don't think that you can say, I don't think you can look at this whole clause and say that unnecessary or excessive would only apply to surface loss, but destruction without beneficial use would not also carry an unnecessary or excessive modifier. I don't think that makes sense. I don't think that makes sense.
Okay,
Because then it would very specifically modify surface loss, but you could do
Right.
destruction, you know, would have no bounds on it. I don't think you can read it that. I don't think that's logical. So to just say that any type of flaring is waste, I don't think captures the pretty specific definition of surface waste that's contained in the statute. Does that make sense? I don't even know if I made sense to myself there.
no, you make sense.
But yeah, maybe we should take a break and we can all go think about Oxford comments and then take action.
How long?
I could use 10 minutes.
Okay, why don't we come back at 11:15, everybody? Just giving everybody, bear with us a couple more minutes and we'll get started. I know we're a little past when we said we'd start back up. All right, guys, I know this break has again gone a little bit longer. We'll probably get started in 5 minutes. I think what the commission is going to do, just for everybody, everybody's awareness for lunch, is we're going to, in the next 5 minutes, order something. And once it arrives, maybe in 45 minutes-ish, we will take a 20-minute break at whatever point that is. And then we will get back into things. So just for anybody's internal planning purposes, probably around 12:15 to 12:30, we'll take a 20-minute break. And then get back going. But give it another 5 minutes and we'll start back up. Thanks. All right, everybody. Welcome back.
Adrian, this is Irene. This is Irene. Can you give me 5 minutes? My computer just froze up.
Oh yeah, no problem. Whenever you're back, just let us know.
Okay, I will. Okay, Adrian, sorry about that. Madam Chair, this is Irene.
All right. Well, now we will get started. Back up. Okay, so I think where we were is we're talking about, well, we started to dive into the definition of surface waste. And how it should be read and interpreted.
Does anyone have any additional thoughts on that? Do they agree with?
Yeah, this is Chris. I took a few minutes to look at this. There's no immediate case law dealing with that subpart B. But I think the way that Commissioner Kessler described, I think it was initially, is that you can put you can break that first sentence up of subsection B, where it says but, including the loss or destruction. So if we go back and just take that partial clause, I guess would be the term, unnecessary or excessive surface loss, or unnecessary or excessive applies to surface loss. And I think the disjunctive or stands alone. The word subsequent to that, destruction without beneficial use, however caused. So I think that's the correct reading of this.
That's
So that-
opposite of what you said.
Yeah, that's opposite of what I said.
it was. And I must see this mask thing screwing me up, because I think the problem you run into is there's an issue of redundancy with unnecessary destruction without beneficial use, or excessive destruction without beneficial use. I think that could lead into some absurdity in reading it, especially down the road, if we have other verbs that might get implicated. The other one is the thing was that I'm going to pull this out, the adjustum generis. That might apply here a little too, and that we've got a description of loss or destruction without beneficial use, a listing of examples, which would indicate to me that that phrase, destruction without beneficial use, stands on its own because of the way it's described. I mean, I can see where there's problems either way, but I think that's the better reading of it.
Ms. Orth, do you have any thoughts on that?
Unmute, sorry. No, I'm sorry, I was waiting for Mr. Melander to offer his interpretation. I don't.
Okay.
I mean, that's how I initially read it, but I'm an engineer, not.
Okay. Well, I'm not really sure how to resolve this. I guess I just have concerns about unnecessary, or why would you have unnecessary or excessive loss prohibited, but then destruction is only modified by beneficial use? So you can destroy.
Mr. Moinder, did you say that there were examples somewhere?
Yeah, so if you, where I broke this whole run-on sentence up is right at, it says, or any product thereof, comma, but. So I broke these into two. And so what we've got subsequently to that is including the loss or destruction without beneficial use resulting in evaporation, seepage. So the way I'm reading this here is this is a specific subsection of destruction without beneficial use. So what I'm seeing here is the phrase, this is hopefully I don't get in trouble for this. This is a terribly drafted piece of legislation, because I see where Commissioner Kessler's talking, where we have loss or destruction. Again, and looking at this again, then I can see where Commissioner Kessler's reading makes sense, because we have loss or destruction twice. So even if that's disjunctive, they're clearly being viewed as similar or part of a whole. So I think then that would mean Commissioner Kessler's interpretation is reasonable.
But it sort of sounds like you're saying both readings could be.
Well, the reason I say that is because I can see this being argued both ways. Neither of them to me are incredibly compelling, but I could see it being read both ways and arguments made for that. Now, the issue I think is in application, does it generate an absurd outcome or an outcome inconsistent with any other section of either the Act or OCC's regs? And in this instance, are we concerned about the use of just, was it flaring proposed by Wild Earth, or am I off on that?
So maybe just maybe this is so reading that, I know we're focusing sort of on that, at least Namoga had bolded an underlying section. But then if we go further into the definition, it does sort of list those examples. It said, but including the loss or destruction without beneficial use. And so it almost restates its intentions there, and it says, including the loss or destruction without beneficial use. It doesn't re-say the excessive loss or the unnecessary loss. Do you see what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah, I see
Yes.
what you're saying.
So that almost makes me think the initial reading we had, and I would be accurate.
And that's the problem with this drafting. You're right, because unnecessary or excessive is not repeated in the same way as it is elsewhere in that definition or in that subsection.
What are you looking at? Are you looking at?
I was reading just 70-2-3, I think. -3.
Yeah, 70-2-3 sub B.
Yeah. For the bottom half of that.
And I would caution that we don't construe, I mean, not that anyone's proposed it, but I think it bears being said, we don't construe unnecessary or excessive to be surplusage, since it appears to have been removed in the second use of loss or destruction without beneficial use. So I don't think we can claim it's surplusage.
Okay, dumb question. What do you mean by that?
Words that can be construed as not having any effect because it's excess wording.
Okay.
In this case, because that's sometimes what people would like, that will try to read a statute that way. And there's no definition or case law I could find quickly about unnecessary or excessive as it's used within this subsection.
Okay, so just to reiterate, Mr. Mohamed, you're recommending that we use the definition where unnecessary or excessive do not modify the destruction without beneficial use? Is that right? What's your recommendation?
I think my recommendation is, in reading this over and over, I think that the unnecessary or excessive applies to loss and destruction because they're the similar category, a loss or destruction. And it does appear, but
Okay, now I'm confused.
because I'm having a hard time making a call on this because of how this is written.
Okay, so, but if we take a step back, I guess the piece that I'm now sort of concerned with is, again, down further in that paragraph, they say, however caused of natural, so loss or destruction without beneficial use, however caused of natural gas or any type or any form of crude, petroleum or oil or any product thereof, but including the loss or destruction, they actually put a comma here, without beneficial use, resulting for evaporation, seepage, blah, 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 blah. I guess my point or question, maybe both, is why wouldn't, if they intended for it to read excessive destruction or unnecessary destruction, why would they have not put that down?
But they didn't have a loss either.
They didn't, yeah, loss is thrown in there out of the blue now.
No,
Right.
so what's loss? So they lump together loss or destruction in both the initial usage and the second usage.
Yes.
So I think that loss and destruction go together,
Okay.
and
Yes.
unnecessary or excessive modify both loss and destruction.
And I think that's right here, based on this duplicate usage. Well, not duplicate, but second usage.
We good?
Yeah. Okay, all right, great. We're gonna move on now. Back to tanks. Now that we clear that piece up.
So, to recap there, the reason that I brought that question up is because we were talking about flaring as being a category sort of unto itself that was not, did not, within waste, have to be either unnecessary or excessive. But I think the correct reading of it is that any type of flaring to constitute waste must be unnecessary or excessive, if not a standalone category. And that's what we were talking about with controlled tanks.
Yeah.
They were talking about.
Yeah, okay, I think I follow you. So I'm just going back through some of the testimony that was on tanks, because I think the decision point is like, is venting or flaring from a tank waste? Is venting and flaring from a tank of any variety, controlled, not controlled, constitute waste? I think what Namoga is saying is it does not, because it's low pressure.
I think it does if it's unnecessary or excessive.
And so sure, I mean, what I think is unworkable is a situation where you have to take a look at the thousands of tanks individually out there, and each company makes a decision. Is that unnecessary or excessive waste? I think that is unworkable. I don't know how we would construct that in the rule, and I think it would lead to a huge loophole potentially, because a company could just decide, nope, I don't like, I decide this is not unnecessary and or excessive, and therefore I'm deciding it's not, and I think it would put the division in a pickle. Yeah, a pickle. So I don't feel like that's workable. So I feel like we have to make sort of the holistic decision. Otherwise, it's going to be in that case by case basis, which is not workable in this rule, in any rule, I think. No big deal.
Okay, so.
Okay, so I was looking back at testimony. A lot of this happened on that same day, on the, I think it's the 12th, day 7. Mr. Greaves talked about it, and Mr. Smith seems to have talked about it. One, I'll just read through a couple of pieces of testimony. I think this is Mr. Greaves at this point. And there was a question about, did BLM consider venting or flaring from these sources to be a waste in the regulation? And he explicitly says, I am not an expert on the definition of waste. I guess there could be questions as to if he is talking about BLM waste definition or OCD waste definition, but Mr. Greaves explicitly says, I am not an expert on the definition of waste. Let's see. He then says, all right, so, but someone asks, I'm assuming, I don't know who it is actually, but you would agree that just because it can't be measured with great precision doesn't mean it's not a significant source of waste. Mr. Greaves responds, yeah, I'm not an expert on the definition of waste, but I can say that your approach is that they're independent, whether it's waste or not, is different than whether it can be measured and accurately determined. I agree with that. They're two separate things.
I agree with that.
I'm open. I'm just sort of going through some of the pages I marked as like sort of pertinent to this discussion. What did I see on this page?
So significant is difficult to measure.
Right.
It's not beneficial, I mean, there's no beneficial use associated with it, right? I don't think there was any testimony on that, trying to establish that it was beneficial use or could be beneficial. So. Is it necessary to operations? I feel like there was testimony on that from the OCC witness. Let me try and pull that up. What day was that?
This is the one that I'm looking at is the 7th. I'm sorry, the 7th day, the 12th. I don't know what day the I can't recall what day the OCD testimony. It would have been one of the first couple days. I think they started Tuesday afternoon and went into Wednesday. I can't remember if they went into Thursday or not. I don't think so. Maybe half the day Thursday.
Okay.
So there's testimony for Mr. Smith on the same day. It's sort of similar, but along the same lines. But it's more talking about why NMOGA wants to exclude these 5 categories. And it really goes back to the data quality. I feel like in Mr. Smith's testimony, less about whether or not it's waste. It says, in your opinion, will attempts to report under the 5 reporting categories that NMOGA seeks to exclude ensure to provide meaningful data capture? It says not to a level of accuracy that would be expected for production accounting. Again, we're talking about production accounting. And they refer to one of the OCD exhibits, I think 4A. It says one of the objectives of the rule is to obtain complete and accurate measurements and reports of the volume vented and flared. Will that be accomplished if operators are required to report under those 5 categories? Basically, Mr. Smith says, I don't believe that it would meet that objective to obtain the accurate measurements. So it's more, I feel like this conversation is more tying the exclusion less to the piece about waste, but more to the piece about the rule's intent as stated by the division, which is 2 different things. There's quite a bit of talk on that. So much.
are we struggling to decide for storage tanks controlled to be included in uncontrolled?
I think we're struggling to decide holistically if venting and flaring at tanks, is that waste?
You know, so then it should or should not be reported. Should or should not be part of the line loss.
Yes.
Yes.
I think that's the piece. And then depending on where we land with that, then we talk about controlled or uncontrolled. Is it the same? Should they both be reported? How? But we have to get past the threshold issue, I think.
And so we're looking for testimony that would say one way or another, whether or not it's either necessary or excessive.
I think you'll find testimony will go both sides.
It does go both
Yeah,
ways,
and that's
absolutely.
That's what I'm finding. And so we have testimony, I think it's from Mr. Lepore.
And so at that point, I mean, do we use our,
I think then we use our technical expertise, in particular expertise from both of you as technical experts in this field to say whether or not and why you believe that the testimony from these two witnesses is convincing one way or another.
Madam Chair, this is Felicia. Commissioner Kessler apparently is speaking away from her microphone, and I can't hear her.
all right, thank you.
Yeah.
I think at this point, thank you for pointing that out. At this point, I think the appropriate thing to do with respect to whether or not emissions from the tank, venting or flaring at the tank constitutes waste because it's either unnecessary or excessive. There's testimony, it looks like both directions from both the division witness and from NMOGA's witnesses. So I think what's appropriate to do is to have the technical members of the commission use their expertise to decide between competing testimony. And I would ask their thoughts. Is that coming clearly, Ms. Worth?
It did. Thank you, Commissioner Kessler. And I think you might be referring to the division testimony that went to their view on whether it's waste, which depended really on whether there was technology available, right, to not waste it. I think we heard similar testimony from others. And so I can help you look for that if you'd like, but that's my memory of the division's position on that.
If you have that, that would be helpful. So just sort of again, looking at Mr. Smith's testimony, I asked the question, so what you're saying is because there may be some uncertainty, it means it shouldn't happen at all. There should be none of that information because there's a level of uncertainty. Mr. Smith goes into, again, sort of the uncertainty pieces. Basically, high pressure sources can be more accurately estimated or measured, and so those are fine. If we add in the low pressure sources, you know, it causes problems. I asked, there's, again, we're talking, I say something along the lines, there seems to have been a lot of talk about production accounting. And I asked what the bar is for production accounting. And ultimately, there's a lot of talk, but there was actually no response, which I recognized in my next question where I said, I still don't think, though, you've answered the question, what is the bar for production accounting? And he says, I don't know that I have that particular answer. And I'm sure he refers to Ms. Perez, who I think I asked the exact same questions to and never got an answer. But I feel like most of the testimony here very much tied these low pressure sources not to the definition of waste, but to the division's intent with the rule to accurately get accurate information and numbers. And I am not really seeing the testimony to by one of the parties to really solidify for me that it's not waste. There's a lot of testimony that, you know, maybe the numbers are slightly inaccurate. But there's really not a lot of testimony in here as to it's actually not waste. I don't know why I'm looking at you. I'm just I'm like I'm lost in my own mind here. But I mean that's where I think I'm coming out here. It's like there's a lot of testimony around accuracy of data and how that is why those 5 categories should be excluded, but there's not a lot of testimony as to why those 5 categories are not waste.
I agree with you, and I think on the contrary, there was division testimony that and testimony from the witness for the climate advocates.
Yeah.
That emissions from tanks are significant, and in the absence of testimony the other way, I'm inclined to believe that there is sufficient testimony on the record to indicate that it's waste.
What were the 5?
Yeah, those were the 5 categories that we basically are talking about: the pneumatics, the tanks, thief hatches. You know, they sort of generally talk about them in lump in a lot of ways. They do break out pieces, but most of the testimony was all centered around, I don't know, you know, about the accuracy of measuring or estimating it. There was very, very little testimony about were they excluded because they were truly not waste.
So your storage tanks, your thief hatches, pneumatics. That's 3. What's the other 2?
It's the like downhole maintenance. Hold on. It's that G2 stuff. One day I'm gonna be able to just like magically turn to these page numbers. Okay, it's routine downhole maintenance, manual liquids unloading, uncontrolled storage tanks, pneumatics, and thief hatches. 5. And I would say this, I mean, I think I think what I'm saying right now not only really accounts for tanks, but sort of for all of the other topics. I don't believe there was adequate testimony to really determine that they were not waste, except for, I think, pneumatics, we decided otherwise, that they were a beneficial use, so that's an outlier. Now, thief hatches, sort of along the tank conversation, I think absolutely, if a thief hatch is left open, that is unnecessary and or excessive loss. That thief hatch did not need to be left open.
It's certainly not necessary.
It's definitely not necessary. And I guess with your look at waste, it doesn't have to be unnecessary and excessive. It just has to be unnecessary or excessive.
Certainly.
And so I would definitely say that is a problem. Typically what happens, why a thief hatch is left open is a pumper goes out, he's got to gauge the tanks, opens the thief hatch, does his thing, either forgets hopefully, I would hope it's the more forget part to go back up and close that leaf hatch, as opposed to the just is lazy and doesn't go back up and climb the ladder and shut it. But it can be, unfortunately, relatively common. And so those vapors in the tank are just coming out. And I also think that that is not only waste, but that is a safety issue. And sort of, okay, could go towards, it sort of also goes to some of the, was it prevent waste, protect correlative rights, and protect human health and the environment. Dr. Engler, where do you line out on this?
Well, I guess right at this point, I'm trying to determine. You said 5 things. One of them is routine downhole maintenance, including operations or workloads, SWAT needs, and so on. So right now, it is a G2D. It's considered part of the waste to be reported.
I mean,
Don't know. There's no testimony, actually, very little, if any, in any part about how much waste that occurs, or how much, if that is a waste, relative to the other side of that, which is a certain amount of safety when you're doing that work. So it's included in this reporting, and that's part of the volume loss. I'll separate or ignore the question about accuracy or measurement, because that's going to be somewhat problematic. I can't vision how I would do that other than set up some flare, I guess. Or vent. Well, you wouldn't want to vent it, that would be a safety problem.
But I think that what we can come back to is there's no reason that it's necessary on a tank for a thief hatch to be left open.
Oh, the thief hatch, I have no problem. I understand that.
Did we move past that?
Yeah, I'm past thief hatch. I fully understand.
Okay.
And actually, I'm thinking more about the storage tanks. I kind of like what OCD division put together. They have uncontrolled storage tanks, and they want that reported. Remember, the goal here, one thing is that's going to be vented if it's uncontrolled. You want to reduce venting, for sure. The second thing is, it would be good to see if this has got a significant magnitude, then that drives, the high part of the 2% would drive maybe incentive for solutions, right, to reduce. So I kind of feel that OCD is right on that side. And actually, I also, on the controlled storage tanks, again, the division's take on that was that since they are already controlled, their emissions are either being captured for use or destroyed in a flare. One could argue that flaring should be counted towards the 2% for reporting. Again, I think I'm going to kind of defer to the division's take on that we don't want to account for that at this point, with the idea that it's mostly being taken care of. Because that's evidently what the division has prepared to put together, is that they are not agreeing to have controlled storage tanks as part of the report or part of the waste.
I guess I just don't understand that though. Why if we're considering flaring for other reasons waste, why would flaring associated with controlled storage tanks not also be waste? That doesn't make sense to me.
It is, but no, there is no, as far as I remember, there's no testimonial documents that really talk more about it.
I think I'd have to look at, I think it was David McCabe who spoke about it, or one of the other climate advocates. Also, I'm looking at the NAMOVA methane roadmap.
Well, that also includes tanks.
If
with a
you-
high prevalence.
Yeah, if they had it, as 7% of the total. So it's not the highest, so here's it, total for New Mexico, 61% was pneumatics, 19% unloading equipment, 9%, it just says liquids, I don't know what that means. 7% is tanks, 4% is other. Now I would caveat that if there are other two graphs or charts, sorry, if you break it down by Permian versus San Juan, in the Permian, tanks accounted for 19%, which is an appreciable amount.
But they don't say if it's controlled or uncontrolled. It's just tanks.
It didn't, I don't think it breaks it out in the greenhouse gas reporting.
Well, I would say, again, go back to your concern. I think you might be quite right. So maybe what we should be looking at in, again, G to F, either we're going to say storage tanks, and that's either controlled or uncontrolled. And then I guess we'll need to provide a definition for those,
Well, okay,
or not.
I guess the way I see it is we decide about tanks. I don't see the distinguishing factor between a controlled and an uncontrolled tank. I see tanks. So I feel like if we decide that venting and flaring from tanks is a waste, then that applies to all tanks, be it controlled or uncontrolled. And then we will have to decide if that's the way we go, then we have to decide how we want to craft that language. But I guess I just cannot rack in my brain, like on the practical, technical side, how it's different. I just cannot get my mind there. And I don't feel like there was enough technical testimony from the division as to why it was different. But climate advocates definitely, I think, put on a strong reason to have it included. And so that's where I am. But if we decide that tanks, venting and flaring from tanks is waste, which I think is sort of where we're leading up to.
Which I think is where we are leading up to because it's not necessary. Right? Is there a reason that it's necessary from testimony?
The testimony from Namoga, in my mind, did not provide a compelling reason for how tanks are not waste. They provided compelling reasons in some places, sort of. Well, actually, I'm going to walk back that statement. They provided some justifications as to why it is hard to model or measure or etc. I do not feel like they provided strong justifications as to why it is not waste, and therefore I defer to the division's testimony on why it was included from the get-go. But then my point of struggle is I don't see the definition, I don't see the distinguishing factor between a controlled and an uncontrolled tank, other than the fact that one's venting and one's flaring. But those are both waste under the constructs of this rule. So if we decide that tanks are waste, then I think both types of tanks are waste.
I believe Mr. Menard described in his testimony, he had diagrams.
He had process flow diagrams.
Yes, where he was, again, I don't know if he addressed the exact question you asked, but I do believe he was trying to demonstrate the process. And that those diagrams, there were several of them. And that the idea was that in a facility, when you're controlled, you are basically under pressure. And so the system is built upon being able to take
wherever, whatever's there, usually a control system is, I thought, VRU, but I guess according to this, it could be flaring.
It could be flaring.
And so I think there may be some design features there. The question, I've got the definition control that I don't know. Uncontrolled, I have a better feel for. But, you know, for the process diagram presented and the information, there may be implications there with under control that I don't know.
I guess I failed to see that from my technical background.
You're the surface person, I'm the subsurface.
I'm the surface and you're subsurface. I mean, sort of. Yes, it's a different, your configuration is going to be different. Yes. Your piping configuration, like there are different, it's going to be a different process flow, but I just, at the end of the day, do not understand how, if you're venting out of a tank that doesn't have a flare, then that's waste. But if you're flaring out of a tank that has a flare, that's not waste. I don't see how that's not waste. I see now, I think the distinguishing factor is, so a controlled storage tank, typically it refers to one of two things. Either it's connected to a flare, or you've got a VRU, or you came up with some crazy new idea and good for you. But that then goes, if it's connected to a VRU, then that then goes to beneficial use. And that then we take it out of this category entirely and it lumps into a different category, which is the beneficial use category. Now, if it is, but I think if we're talking, so maybe if we take away the term controlled storage tank and we term it a flared storage tank, I think we get rid of that convoluted piece.
So if you go back to G2F, I believe what we are trying to get to is to remove the word uncontrolled.
Okay, so if we're deciding right here and now, which I think I'm a proponent of from the testimony or the lack of testimony in some cases, I think that venting and flaring from a tank is waste. That, and I'm making that statement based on the lack of compelling testimony from NMOGA that it is not a waste. And I do not believe the argument that it is hard to measure or meter or estimate makes it not a waste. So I do not agree with that. I think they're parallel paths. And the division, I think, presented as to why it could be a waste, as did climate advocates presented why, in particular, controlled storage tanks. So I believe, based on the testimony and the evidence that we have, that venting and flaring from a storage tank, be it connected to a flare or not, is a waste. And if that's what we come to the agreement on, then I think the cleanest way to do this would be to just get rid of the word uncontrolled and just term it storage tanks. So you report your venting or your flaring from storage tanks. And if it's routed to a VRU and put that back in the process, and that goes to beneficial use, I think. Or it just doesn't even, like, it's not even in the equation. Actually, I think it's not even in the equation to begin with, because that is not waste. That's where I am. Where are you guys?
I agree with that. I think that's a sound rationale.
Dr. Engler?
Isn't that what I said, to remove the word uncontrolled?
Yes, I want to make it very clear.
Why?
Yes.
To move forward to the next thing?
Just clarify, you agree.
I'm good with that, yes.
Okay. All right.
For now.
Yeah, how about we take a break and come back at 12:45 and we can soiree into downhole maintenance and manual liquid unloading. It makes it sound more fun. Okay, thanks everyone. All right, welcome back, everybody. It's 12:50. Irene, are you on?
Good to go.
All right, great. Okay, I think, as I said before we left, we're going to now soiree into downhole maintenance and manual liquid unloading, which is G2, D and E on Namoga's commentary red line, probably more appropriate. Dr. Engler?
Yeah.
I feel like these are,
Gonna take the lead here.
you said, surface was mine, here's our subsurface.
Well, the first one, okay, so the G2D was routine downhole maintenance, operation of rigs, so on. To be honest, if I recall on testimony and so on, documents, there wasn't really too much discussed there other than I do believe Namoga wants to exclude it as waste based on difficulty in measuring, is that correct?
I mean, that's pretty consistent with their entire case.
So, yeah, there is, I do have a certain amount, there's a certain amount of safety, I guess, that's involved there. Hopefully everyone does safe practices. You know, okay, one could argue it's a waste in terms of, again, as defined here in the document, OCD exhibit, and then should be accounted for within 2%. You could also probably make an argument that, you know, this is routine maintenance and work that needs to be done to maintain the well's integrity and or production. So
That would be category C though.
yeah, routine, routine repair and maintenance, but still, C is also still, no matter how you go around it, the request here in the vision is that it's accounted, it's recorded as an account.
It's recorded, accounted for, and counts against?
It's part of the 2%, I do believe.
I think so. I have to look at that.
Yeah. So, you know, I guess I have nothing against this, the way it's put together, other than it will be a certain amount of, you know, again, it's a certain amount of maybe difficulty how you get numbers.
Well, but I think I feel like we do have to be consistent
Correct.
if we're not concerned about difficulty in estimating, et cetera, and the other categories. I mean, okay, not to say we're not concerned about it, but it's not a basis for exclusion as waste. Yes.
The manual liquid unloading, there was.
We also, I think that came up, was that the proximity issue?
Yeah, that was, Ryan Davis.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
But I think that's a different issue.
Yeah.
Sort of tangential, but different.
Yeah, there was a discussion about safety and proximity.
Yeah, that goes back to, let's see where my at. This is D, well,
Although on OCD exhibit 2C, D2, venting and flaring during production operations. And that's D2B about the operator on site. And then, but going back to G2, manual liquid unloading. What's the argument there? Again, the same as before.
Trying to see if there are any exhibits.
Yeah, I mean, what Nemoga's justification, I'm looking at page 8 of their proposed modifications to the rule, explains routine downhole maintenance, manual liquids unloading, uncontrolled storage tanks. It explains with the same brush, which is to say they don't constitute surface waste because they can't be captured, can't be accurately measured or estimated, and Colorado did it.
Well, I think Colorado, unless we do some deep dive into their rules and statutes, I don't think we can assume that they're exactly the same.
So the division recognized that low volume and low pressure events that are too small to measure, not considered waste, and no credible estimation must be excluded from reporting obligation. That's what I don't think that's, well, I don't agree with Nemoga's assertion there, but
Sorry, Kessler, can I ask you to, Mike, just to kind of, when you look down at the table, I lose your voice.
yeah.
Thank you.
So the argument about manual liquid unloading not being a waste is the same as all the other conditions.
It seems to
that
be.
that we're saying is not valid.
Yeah, so that is correct, Dr. Engler. Looking at Nemoga's justification, there's no distinction, at least in what they say here and what they've provided. There's no distinction between those three categories for reasons that they should be taken out.
Yeah, again, from what I recall, and what I've written down here, most of the discussion on liquid unloading had to do with the proximity of the field.
It very
Yeah.
much did, and I'm just looking through H. There were exhibits like H1 through 10, and it mostly talks about. I mean, it's explaining what it is. And I think Mr. Davis did a great job of explaining what it is, and that was great. And then talked about the proximity issue. But yes, I agree. Again, we just were not provided in Nemoga's case in testimony, like really any solid reasons why it is not waste other than the measurement and estimation issues.
Or, maybe, the argument is that's not waste, but I think the argument has always been the validity of the data should be excluded from reporting, accounting against the 2%. And that's what we've been arguing, that's what we've been stating the whole time now, is that our argument is that that's not the reason to say it's not waste.
Right.
And actually, some of Nemoga's witnesses, Mr. Greaves in particular, said that they were not the same path. That waste and the ability to accurately measure or estimate were two different things.
That's right, and I agree with the principle of that, so.
I mean, does that actually sort of cover D and E?
Yes.
Well, look at us go. Okay, all right. Do we feel like we have, and it may come up in sort of places or on occasion, I mean, going forward, the waste issue will likely come up. But do we feel comfortable with sort of where we landed on this?
Now, I'm looking at H. Well, I'm looking at OCD Exhibit 2C, G to H. Well, yeah, I mean, I think that I guess what I would say is that we've worked through many of the categories, but we have not worked through all of them. So if you look at NMOGA's exhibit here, it has A through A, B, C, D, E, and F are stricken. And then if you turn the page, you'll see G, H, and then a few more. So do we need to work through those as well?
We could, yeah, we could go ahead and do that.
I think those ones are more straight.
Yeah,
I think those ones are more straightforward. So
Dr. Ingler, do you see where we are? Why don't we just hash that one out?
there was a lot of discussion on this.
Oh,
H.
yes, there was.
And
And basically, okay, so NMOGA's proposal, and let's see, I'm gonna climate advocate. I'm gonna look at climate advocates and see what it did. There's so many things here. All right. It looks like they just took the division's proposal. Climate advocates.
yeah, okay.
And let's see, how does the calculation sort of construct this? So in the the notice of additional changes to final proposed rules, 8G3A for OCD, it says, let's see, the operator should deduct natural gas sold, beneficial use, emergency, vented or flared because it was not suitable for transport. So it's a subtraction category.
Just the item I, HI is nitrogen, H2SCO2. Not concentrations that do not meet pipeline quality. Those are excluded from the volume loss, like you were mentioning.
Yes,
But-
it's specific.
Right, but the double I, the O2 concentrations that do not meet the specs, blah, blah, blah. That's H double I, which you're reporting, does account to the volume loss.
Except there is the exception.
Except for
And I think that exception is also written somewhere else in the rule. So this, I think, just double does it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we were looking at something different. I'm looking at Nemoga's H strikes.
I was looking at not NMET, good lord. OCD. Wrong.
Yeah, just comparing the two. So H for OCD's exhibit includes these two
Yeah.
caveats for exclusion for natural gas is not suitable for transportation, and specifies why, and treats oxygen differently than carbon dioxide, nitrogen, or H2S. And Nemoga just strikes those two explanations and leaves it as if it's not suitable for transportation. And I'm remembering this conversation specifically related to how oxygen counts towards the 2%.
So also just to note in 27.8D, 8D4L.
Hang on.
4L.
Yeah.
So it's,
Yes.
I think what it seems, so I think that last part sort of wasn't there in the original proposal. I'd have to relook at that. I think I think the division added on the during commissioning of pipelines to this double I to make it more clear. It is in another part of the rule too.
Okay.
I mean, that was one of the largest examples of when oxygen could get into the line that I feel like Nemoga presented. I'm not specifically exempted here. I see.
So why, if I have O2 concentrations in the system, and I have my exception, so, which is the commission, as you mentioned, why would the O2 concentrations be accounted against operator?
So the reason the division had said was because the operator introduces oxygen impurities into the gas based on actions essentially that they take. And Nemoga had then presented a handful of examples. The most prevalent, I think, was purging, right?
But in my mind, purging is counted for in this exception.
Now it is, yeah. And I think it was Smitherman, and then there was somebody else had a few other examples
I think Mr. Greaves talked about it.
of how oxygen could get in. And I guess I don't. Have,
So if you poorly design your VRUs and some of those systems, you can introduce oxygen. And it is a big problem in pipelines.
yeah.
And it can actually, if there's too much O2 in that line, result in basically that entire system's got to be blown down, which can be a massive amount.
Mhm. Because it's a very low amount of oxygen.
That's allowed.
Yeah.
And so I don't know, what is it, risk to reward or somehow,
Yeah.
There's a very high consequence if they don't design their operations to prevent that. It could lead to a very large amount of probably venting and flaring. I know in this rule, there's a proposal that in 28, I think that if you can, you need to bring a portable flare out to blow down your pipelines. But this, and that's mostly if you plan ahead. I'm assuming this would be something totally unplanned
Yeah.
that they have to do quickly, which means very large volumes are vented from the pipeline and then probably flared at some facilities. So there can, I guess all of that is saying there can be very large ramifications for operators introducing oxygen into the lines. And if you purge and commission your facilities appropriately, you don't have that problem. But there are other operational places it seems like you could introduce oxygen.
Does the word commissioning mean the initial installation of pipeline equipment?
In my mind, commissioning means, I guess it's probably not defined in here. Actually, let's see, is it defined in here? No. In my mind, it doesn't just mean new equipment, it means bringing back on maybe equipment that was worked on, replacing equipment. So it could be new equipment, but it could also be if you did work on your compressor or whatever it may be.
So if there's subsequent workovers, existing equipment.
That should be
bringing-
captured in this.
That would be captured.
In my mind, it absolutely is. Now, if we need to provide some clarity on that, if that's the direction we go. In my mind, it's not only, it does not only include brand new equipment. It means anytime you bring some piece of equipment that has previously been down back up. Because if it blew down, you're probably gonna have to purge it.
Yeah, purge.
Yeah. And this doesn't say commissioning of new equipment, it just says commissioning.
Right, I agree, that's why I want clarity on the definition. So are you saying if you get O2 concentrations in your lines or equipment by whatever means that should be constituted as or the blowdown or that constitutes waste regardless of how that occurred?
So I think that's the question we're trying to figure out. What I wish I understood slightly better, or what are the situations where it might happen?
I guess that would be
That I'm trying to look up.
that'd be my question. I guess that's a better question is there situations outside of the exception as listed here that you can think of that would occur, and then would they constitute waste?
I'm almost wondering, and this would be more cumbersome for the division, understanding that, but I almost wonder because I see the point that, like, if you're not using operational best practices and you introduce oxygen and now there's a massive blowdown because of that, like, that's a problem that should count against you. But in lieu of like defining each and every scenario, I mean, should we include something that's more like there's some sort of vetting process through the OCD, or like as approved or as reviewed, or do you see where I'm going?
I do see that, and the only thing I'm thinking is, as you mentioned before, these are kind of spur of the moment venting or flaring incidents. So if there's oxygen that's been introduced and you have to vent it or flare it, I don't know that you're gonna have time to go to OCD and say.
I guess I would see it as a back end process. You're gonna have to do what you have to do. Now the question is, for accounting purposes,
Got
I
it.
guess in my mind, this
Got
is
it.
more of an accounting provision,
You're right.
or the
Yeah,
the
yeah.
issue is accounting, because the question is, does this count against them or
Yeah.
not?
You're right.
And so it would be an after the fact thing on the accounting side.
So we could just say, unless the exception,
Unless otherwise approved by the OCD or something?
I'm fine with that. Because I do think, I do think that there was evidence and testimony presented by Namoga that there are times that oxygen is introduced outside of commissioning.
Yes.
I'm trying to look through. the
There was some
transcript.
of the talk about, well, one, there was talk about VRUs, but I also believe Mr. Greaves talked about it and with that like gas blanket on tanks.
Yeah,
Um,
and there did seem to be points at which I would think that those did not that those
right,
very
yeah,
specific incidents did not constitute waste because they were necessary, as explained by NMOGA, or not excessive. And so I guess what I would say there is I think adding some division discretion in to cover a small number of incidents that where the operator has introduced oxygen for a legitimate purpose. That's not just commissioning, should not count against that.
Okay. I thought gas blankets were nitrogen.
they can be both.
You would use oxygen for gas blankets?
No, you would use natural gas.
Yeah.
But
I'm
it's-
sorry, Dr. Engler, I didn't hear what you said. Can you repeat that, please?
Sorry, yeah, I said, I thought it was nitrogen that was used as a gas blanket, not oxygen.
And my response was, it can also be natural gas. But I don't know, I guess what I'm not sure on is, does it matter? I'm not sure it matters which type of blanket it is, but from my recollection of the testimony, it could potentially lead to oxygen.
Introduction of oxygen into the system.
Yeah.
So I think that's a really good approach to say, except as otherwise approved by the commission.
Okay. Yeah, because I very much see both pieces of this. Okay,
The next one.
is that one it?
No,
Okay, great.
I and J, NMOGA has stricken.
I thought we did those.
Oh, yes, we did those.
Yeah, I think that's what, pneumatics and thief hatches? Yeah. Whew. Okay,
And then. That's it.
okay, so then I think going back to sort of my question before, do we feel comfortable with sort of the constructs that we have built around waste? I think it could still come up potentially in one small issue or another, but in general, do we feel like we have built the construct around waste?
I think that we've gone through each of the categories and determined based on technical evidence that the specific categories either do or do not constitute waste for the purpose of inclusion of those categories. I feel good. I feel good about where we are and how we've approached this to ensure that it squares up with testimony and with the evidence presented.
Okay, I agree. Dr. Engler, are you?
I'm good for now.
Okay. Do we have any other high-level issues we think should be discussed sort of holistically upfront?
I do have a question, and this either is going to be holistic or we can wait to particular areas, but with regard to stripper walls, what is required in stripper walls? I don't know whether you want to discuss what's that point or just see as it goes when we go through the entire rule.
So my recollection of stripper wells within the context of these rules is they have to still meet the gas capture requirements. There are a couple small exemptions, I believe. One is they're not required to rush open the flares. at the same frequency as the non-stripper well facilities. There is this exemption for kind of the pneumatic reporting, which it's not specifically tied to stripper wells, but I think the intent is there. And then the requirement on measurement.
And AVO, I think.
And AVO, yes. So I think those are the pieces.
And measurement, I think, is the most important of those, which was why there were a handful of proposals that I think the division ultimately incorporated to ensure that that estimation was independently verifiable.
Yes.
For the sake of sort of after the fact auditing, to ensure that stripper wells, even though they're not required to measure, are held to a high standard of accuracy.
Well,
Do you have like something specific on it?
well, I do. I mean, I do. When I went through this, there is these exceptions or conditions for flaring, flare stack, AVO. But from what I could gather, all the boarding requirements, capture plans, all of this is the same whether it's a stripper well or not.
Yes, I would agree with that statement. I think that's how
Yeah,
it's crafted.
I guess if you think about the stripper oil well should be what we're looking at. But I find I find this somewhat cumbersome and maybe too much for requiring for wells that are so low volume. I could see where this would be problematic to the point of possibly actions where they would look at how to shut down. And there could be, by the way, consequences of this that might do that. And so I think there needs to be a balance how to acquire information you want from a small operator with a stripper well and still be able to let them maintain operation.
Do you have any specific suggestions?
Well, I was really trying, when I finally figured out what was required of them, I was trying to figure out first that part. I'm not sure where to go with that because many stripper oil wells are probably, they're so low volume, their biggest problem will be having somebody who will even take the gas from where they're at.
So, but just recalling, didn't a definition get kind of not thrown in here at the last minute? Look at the definition of in 7B, 27.7B. Isn't that where they changed it to it's your gas production independent of oil production, right? They remove, I think OCC removed the stripper well definition hinging upon any of your gas, I'm sorry, your oil production. It only hinges upon your gas production. So an oil well
I don't think many cases in an oil well they are measuring or selling for gas.
I think that
I don't know if that's 100% true.
I think 100%.
I think that that is definitely something that I've been concerned about. And the countervailing concern for me, Dr. Engler, is the number of those stripper wells, at least on state land, amounts to at least half of the total number of wells on state land. So to not require, to carve out more exceptions for stripper wells would ultimately lead disproportionately to potentially quite high emissions because of the number of stripper wells that there are emitting.
Do you know, again, you gotta be careful here. There are a lot of stripper gas wells. And those are producing, those are selling gas. So we need to split that number away from the number of stripper oil wells. And I think you'll find, you gotta split that out. So you need to reduce down to how many stripper oil wells. That'll be a lot less than the total. And I would suspect though that, again, because there are a lot of small operators with a lot of small oil wells, you probably do have quite a few, I would suspect.
Yeah.
Probably more certain areas than others. The question though isn't so much the number of wells, but the volume. So if the volumes are so small, even if I have 100 stripper wells and it's 60 MCF a day or whatever, that's significantly less than one facility that would be venting 600 MCF.
Yeah,
So it's the volume you need to know, not the number of wells.
I agree with you there, and I think unfortunately what we're doing is getting away from what was presented in the record. And because none of that is in the record, I'm not sure that we can.
There's actually quite little talk about stripper wells from any of the parties.
And nobody provided data, as far as I know, about the amount, the quantity of emissions in a concrete way. I think that there were studies that you had questioned. I don't know if they provided you with more information as a follow-up, but I don't think that they were satisfactory.
Well, there was data presented by Dr. Singer, again, that I had questioned. That was just very preliminary on his part. There is an exhibit from the MOGA that they did not have a person present on stripper well production data.
Which exhibit do you remember? I mean, it's technically it's technically in the record.
They did not present it, but
Was this the one that was supposed to have been presented by Maxie?
yes, they didn't present it, but they did. It was accepted for the record. And then there, but again, for the record, good question. There are in the public comment data, particularly the online, there are quite a few of comments from people with stripper wells saying the things that affect how their operations are and how this would impact. So I do remember reading, I think there was a series of those in all the public comments that I read that did indicate that this was going to be a very difficult issue for them. And they look through examples. I do understand the concern that we're trying, again, to me, it's a balance between, we want to know how much is being vented flared, and we want to try to minimize that. I just worry about the danger of if you become overly burdensome in your requests, you will be putting these guys in a position of deciding whether to operate.
Well, and I think that we can't forget too, Dr. Singer did present on this, that the assumption that all stripper wells are operated by small companies is not correct. Many of the stripper wells are operated by some of the largest companies in New Mexico. And so that's also another hard distinguishing factor, but something that, I mean, other than like physically a list, there was no information presented on.
His number one company was Hillcorp, and I guarantee you know they're stripper gas wells.
They are stripper gas wells.
So that was, again, that information is somewhat incorrect. But there are a stripper well is by definition, could be a small operator or large. It's not by definition
Sure.
size of the operator.
Sure, we can agree on that.
That is correct.
What requirements in particular are you concerned about, Dr. Engel?
Well,
Or what provisions of the rule?
I think it's going to come back down to a lot of what, will they be capable of measuring, estimating all these items we're saying, and then providing a report that would say that they're within the 2%.
Well, I think one of the hardest things is likely the pneumatics, which they are more than likely excluded from.
They probably don't have.
I mean, they gotta have some. So we did hear testimony, this was particularly with AVO, about it wasn't the AVO itself that was the concern, it was the record keeping and reporting aspects that were the concern. And, I think that's likely a statement for everything on the record keeping and reporting aspects. Without any data to know truly what what amount of waste they are basically are attributed to stripper wells, it's very hard to say we should maybe cut back on what's in here. And I'm not sure that we should. But
I'm sorry to interrupt, Director. I guess I would say if those who operated stripper wells had wanted exemption from particular provisions of the rule, they should have come and presented a case about
yes,
what exemptions they thought they were entitled to and evidence underlying their support. I don't think it should be up to the commission to, in the absence of that evidence and testimony, I don't think we should try to make their case for them.
Yeah, I can't argue.
I agree.
I can't argue that. I do know, there have been several times where Namoga said they were representing RKA. Maybe that was the point where there should have been more information or argument in favor of the stripper side.
but there wasn't.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay.
Oh, that's okay.
Okay.
Actually, I do have another thing, but I'll wait.
Is it an overarching issue? If so, I think it is good to sort of get those out of the way. Well, I think there are a handful of issues. I'm just wondering if there are any sort of overarching ones that would touch on multiple places in the rule, like the stripper well or the waste piece.
Not stripper well. Will there be a good time when we talk about timeline discussion and the reporting in general?
That could, I could see that being I could see that both ways, either an overarching or.
Let's talk about it.
Okay. You want to detail or kind of start the conversation, Dr. Ringo?
I have a question. Let me start this.
Are just maybe to start off, are you looking at OCDs?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Okay, yeah,
It will be OCD's Exhibit 2C.
Okay,
Again,
Okay.
it is G2, but it is by definition the opening paragraph and description, not the A through there.
okay.
So I need help here.
All right.
The wording for the request. 2021 quarterly reports, third quarter due November 15th, fourth quarter due February 15th of 2022. Correct?
That's what it says.
Is there something magical about having that baseline by the end of 2021?
I believe I don't know if I would term it magical. I think the intent there was so that there is a sort of two-prong approach. First prong or phase or whatever you want to term it is to develop the baseline. Second is to implement the baseline. And so I think starting at the beginning of 2022, it was basically, I think it's set up, is you have 6 months of reporting, it gives you your baseline, and then you start to actually have to hit your baseline.
Yeah, I agree though. It's the baseline and then it's the phase 2, which is to implement.
Yes.
Why would you only want 6 months of baseline and not a full year to account for all seasonal variations?
I mean, well, yeah, I think it's an interesting point. Actually, one that I don't, again, think there was any testimony presented on. I don't think Namoga argued that.
Well, I think the Moga would try in multiple places to make a point about timing.
Do you recall where?
Now,
Because I guess I don't recall that very specifically.
well, but I'm just curious about what you'll do. I understand the baseline, and I understand the quarter reporting for 6 months. I don't understand the 6 months, well, why not a full year for get a full seasonal variations in the information. I also don't understand why at this time, and this is February, so we are expecting 4 months for an entire industry to get everything in place to start this.
4 months, what do you mean?
July 1.
Until they begin reporting.
That's
the
where
baseline.
they begin, they have to measure, calculate everything that has to, they would report it by November, for third quarter, report it November 15th. I do not understand why we think that we can get a system, they can get systems in place in 4 months. And I do not understand how division has yet to come up with a format specified by the division, which is not done yet for the quarter report.
I mean, I don't know how they could if there's not a rule to base.
Well, there's no rule yet.
Right, so I guess I'm wondering how you would develop a format if there is no rule to develop a format.
But the rule said July 1. Beginning July 1.
I think Dr. Engel's point is that a lot has to happen before July 1 to allow operators to comply with this as drafted.
And on the division side.
And on the division
Yeah.
side, the only thing I would note is that the only proposed change from NAMOGA is to allow for an exception for good cause. So they didn't propose a change in those dates.
And I do recall from this was not not the official proposal, but the original, if you recall, like if going out to the version that was done for public comment back in July, the pre-proposal, the division did walk back the reporting requirements and allow for quarterly reports those first 2 those first 6 months instead of monthly. Originally, it was a monthly report. And so I think they did sort of walk that back. And again, I am struggling. If it's not in testimony, how do we manage that?
Well, I guess my concern is implementation, and I have a lot of questions on implementation this time. Yeah, if it's not in the record, then so be it, then okay. So, but at least I made the point on record that I have questions about
Well,
implementation.
maybe Mr. Moander, do you have any?
I don't think there's anything preventing us from
Making a
changing
change?
timeframes. I mean, it's not like let me say this, I don't think that the commission understands implementation concerns, and implementation concerns were discussed generally by Ms. Pettis. And so I do think that there's enough of a record related to
Okay.
challenges on timeframe that we can adjust that as we see fit. That to me is very different than creating or supposing testimony related to stripper wells to create new exceptions or provisions that would be more substantive.
And
So-
this is Mr. Moander. Yeah, I think that there was a lot of testimony about implementation concerns. So I think the commission's got some latitude on this, on these deadlines.
Okay, thank you. The other thing, I totally agree, Dr. Engler. I think there were also some dates in here, and I'd have to find them. Okay, for example, in 27-8 F2. I'm not like picking up provision to really talk, mostly just noting that it's talking about, it gives a date of May 31st, 2021 as one of a provision date starting, and I think May 31st is used in other places in this rule, or June 1st or something like that. I guess I'm just like, if I'm, this is very speculative. If I'm like mapping out the time frame for this rule, assuming the commission can come to some sort of agreement in the next couple days on like what this should look like, assuming that can happen, we will still have to draft a final order, and then assuming the commission were to approve said final order, that would have to be approved in another hearing, maybe again like a month later. I don't know. I'm guessing here. So mid-March, unless the commission did it at the normally scheduled March hearing, which I think is the end of March. So assuming that gets approved, say at the end of March, I mean, it's usually, so then it would, all the questions of if somebody appeals it, sort of pushes the timeline out even further. But I feel like it's usually a month and a half to 2 months after the commission signs a rule to actually get implemented in the record, not the record.
Has to be published in the register.
Yeah, it's all published in the register. So let's just say mid-March, mid to end of March, end of April, end of May. That's looking at when it may get effective, again, assuming all of these pieces fall into place.
And that's when industry would have the final sort of understanding of what categories they needed to.
Well, I mean, I could argue that they would, after the final order is signed, they would have. But yeah, it would be final.
Yeah.
But to some extent, they know now, but they don't have to act until this is finalized.
But yeah, I mean, if I were coming from a different perspective, I'm not going to do anything predicated on the rule that we have right now. Right now, it's all up in flux. Now, what's in potentially a final order, that would be something that I might look at and go, okay, well, now maybe I have a solid understanding of what's going to happen, and like, this is what I can move forward with. but I sure as heck wouldn't move forward right now.
I guess this is all to say that, like, we're quibbling over a couple of months.
Yes,
July is really soon.
I wonder, I am very, very hesitant to push back the actual implementation of your gas cap, of companies' gas capture percentages. I'm very hesitant to start pushing that back. However, I also understand the concerns. I sort of wonder, and what about like a world where they report for 6 months from October, November, December would be their first quarter. January, February, March would be their second quarter. And then there's just a truncated year to begin with. And then every other timeline's the same. There's just a they still have to meet the gas capture requirements for that first year. By the end of that year, it's just slightly truncated.
What about Dr. English points about seasonal variation? That's not something I know a lot about.
I mean, winter can be worse. For like equipment going up and down. Like freezes can cause equipment to shut down.
I mean, coming back to the point that NMOGA did not propose different dates, they proposed a variance or exception for good cause shown by the division. So what if operators just, come and tell the division on a case by case basis that they're not going to be able to meet this timeline, and you treat that?
Well, I guess I'm going to apologize to the division because I just opened up the chance for every operator to do that.
Well, that's proposed in NMOGA's rule, so it's not just you.
I almost feel like that's going to be more chaotic to actually implement, not just from the division side, but actually like get tangible data for operators to move forward with.
So from a practical, this is Mr. Mariner, from a practical standpoint, looking at this, I think it sounds like there's two approaches that are being proposed here. One of them is you stick with the deadlines and perhaps maybe tinker a bit with when the first report's due. But the other side is sort of a per se by incident request by producers. And something to just think of here is which side of that's going to generate more paperwork and complex paperwork to ultimately get the efficacy of the rule realized. Having done compliance before, that you kind of have to pick your poison on that. And I think that's what you guys are contending with here.
Yeah.
Director, I mean, I think this is, I agree with Dr. Engler that, July is coming up quick, and I appreciate both sides of this, wanting to get the rule going and wanting to get collection of information started, even if there are hiccups. And conversely, from an industry perspective, trying to change production accounting in 3 months is very challenging, I would imagine. So I think my suggestion would be to stick with the dates that we have and allow for exceptions.
I think that's written in here. You're allowed.
Yeah, I think what you're saying is keep as is, right?
Well, I saw in the NMOGA proposal that there was room for exception.
Sorry, keep as is as in NMOGA proposal.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Kessler, I can't hear you.
What was in the NMOGA proposal?
It's on.
It's in the NEMOGA proposal.
Do you know that page somewhere?
Page 8, up at the top. So it says, I'm looking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines down. Unless otherwise approved by the division, beginning January 22nd. So that's the only change as far as I can see.
That's the BOGA, but not
Yeah.
OCD.
Right. Yeah.
Um,
And then they have their explanation under that says, undisputed evidence was presented on the complexity of production accounting system. May take operators more than a year to modify their systems to accommodate.
I was looking at it more, accounting's different people. I was just looking at more from implementation in the field operations and systems to be looking at how to collect, gather information with regards to the reporting requirements.
it's tough. It's really tough.
And that would
There's
be my-
training, like, I'm sure the operator side, well, from my own personal experience, it's not the regulatory people or the environmental people who do it. It's having to train all of those operators who are out there on what they're supposed to be collecting, what they need to look for. I do understand that's actually quite a heavy lift.
And it's a pretty, I don't want to say it's a nuanced rule.
Yes.
Every storage tank has to be modeled or monitored. Every pneumatic controller is going to have some same thing. All that's got to be put together.
Yes, I would argue that some of that is already put together in some form or fashion. But yes. So then going back to, I am concerned about having requests from all 600 operators in the state for some sort of an exception by the division on timeline. I actually feel like it would be cleaner and probably have better data quality to push it out, say 3 months. I think we're going to absolutely have to, as we look through the rules sort of line by line, identify these places where it says May or June. I think that is I think there's too much in flux to state, like the flare stack, and there's a June 1 date. Like I think we have to look at those, but on the reporting, I know this is tricky.
But if you get 2 quarters, you're suggesting those are 2 winter quarters.
Well, then they would probably be 2 worst case quarters.
Remember, this is your baseline set.
Yeah, so if you're giving worst case up front, then it's.
Dr. Engler, I need for you to stay close to your mic, please.
Again, thank you. Again, this would be your baseline that is set.
Yeah, and I guess I'm just thinking of it like, okay, let's pretend you set your baseline and the winter months are potentially your worst months, which means you're going to start to average things back up in a more positive way with the next months, which would actually be beneficial, which might help them attain those gas capture percentages. I guess I see the point, but at some point this rule has to actually start making, like, they actually have to start attaining it. There's data collection and there's like attaining, and that the attaining the gas capture percentages, I think, is a very, very, very important aspect of this rule, and actually the prevention of waste portion of it. And I am very hesitant about pushing that part back. I could potentially get behind 3 months. 6 months seems long. What I would more prefer, I think, if we're talking about this, is pushing it back 3 months. They would get their data for 6 months, and then that first year of attaining their gas capture percentage, they have 9 months instead of 12. And you can tell me that's the worst idea ever, but I think that we're going to get
I don't know. if it's
better data
worse.
quality.
I don't think it's the worst data. Worse idea.
Just second worst.
Not a good.
my thought about the attainment is that if we can have a system in place that will capture the lowest hanging fruit, the easiest, quickly, you know, so there's a speed here, not necessarily just the volume. So if we can get where we can get things captured faster, that will be better.
What do you mean?
Well, you know, many of these things, you know, there could be actions taken to reduce their losses quickly.
Yes.
But if you get too many components that you have just, you can't see through all the weeds, then they're gathering so many things and not necessarily targeting what we want to target quickly. So,
But that's,
because that's what's going to happen. An operator is going to look at what they can do, and they're going to try to get that part that they can do at the fastest point. I don't want to lose that idea. So for me, it's not so much, it's the attainment, it's not so much the timing as to when we start or end, it's how can I get to that 98% the fastest? Not necessarily over 5 years. That's just a guideline.
but I also don't think we can guarantee that all operators think that way.
Well, I agree. I think there's probably sufficient description or actions in here to try to persuade somebody.
I mean, above and beyond what's already in here?
Let's move on. Something that we get back.
Well, but don't we sort of have to decide this at the end of the day? I mean, what the implementation
Well,
timeframes are?
I think it's part, well, I guess since we're allowed, since I guess this council said we have latitude on this, we can discuss it, but I'm just, when I look at these timelines, I think they're incredibly too quick. And I think it should be pushed back. I don't necessarily have a problem with the starting of June 1st. I really think you should get a full year of data. I think that would be much more beneficial. But then, so I see that, but I see that not only as an operator question, to do what they need to do right. I have, again, I'm not seeing, and I know there wasn't really presentation by division, but when you look at these things, I am not necessarily confident division can do what it thinks it can do in this time. And that's
Fair
why,
concern.
and that's why I have this concern and and looking at the implementation as far as providing more time.
The other thing that's tricky about this is that there's no incentive for operators to start capturing gas during the period of time where they're establishing their baseline, because you want that baseline to be as high as possible so that subsequent years you have an easier time attaining your targets. So that just means that there's another, however long the data gathering period is, that's a lot of waste.
That's my concern. I'm very concerned about pushing back the actual implementation of this. I understand the implementation concerns on both sides. I think the division and the operators, but in my mind, I think it would be, I cannot see pushing this out, the implementation, even 6 months to gather more data. Data is important, and I think how much extra waste is going to be happening in that time. And if that's sort of the confines of what we're looking at, this, I mean, that's the statutory piece that we have to look at everything through, right? How much extra waste are we gonna have in that 6 months? Whereas they would start to be attaining that past capture percentage.
Well, I can argue on that one over and over. Let's just agree to disagree with you all.
Well, I think we should each say what we think it should be, and then what I'm worried about a little bit is that we all think very different things, so that there's not gonna be
Yeah.
any, forum.
Oh, I think,
Well, and this maybe is
So-
one of,
I think what, it's not my division, but I think that there needs to be some flexibility in the rule for good cause, and I don't disagree that there needs to be, with the proposal, that there needs to be some ability for operators to say, look, here's where we are, here are the efforts we made, here's the reason where there's just no way that we can even get a call back from our production accounting software people by the state. But, I do think there's a likelihood that if one operator does it, there will be a lot of operators that do it. So I think my proposal would be to stick with the date that the division has in their rules that allows some ability for cause or through a hearing process where an operator can come and say, here's why we can't do it. And you can set that bar as high as you want it to be. But
So that would be the condition that Remote is trying to.
well, they say that it should not be done through the hearing process. I don't necessarily agree with that because it makes it pretty easy to, I shouldn't say pretty easy. It makes
the lower bar.
it's a lower bar to be able to just send a letter in and say, hey, here's our good cause. We would like to push these dates back.
So what happens if you get 100 of these for hearing?
And that's the concern. I
That's
mean,
my big concern on that piece of it.
Maybe you won't. I don't know.
Do you have a proposal for going through all of ours?
Well, I know what my preference is. I'm willing to accept Jordan's, but Commissioner Kessler's proposal where there's basically a ability to present, I guess, you're saying a hearing?
it can be however, I mean, the way it's drafted by Nimmerga right now, it is through an administrative action, so there wouldn't be a hearing required. Certainly the bar is higher if there's a hearing required.
Yeah, that would be a hearing to the examiners. The division.
Division.
Well, again, I apologize to the division. You guys know.
I mean, I'm concerned about how division will manage that. I mean, it's not like, I don't know the exact time frame, but it's not instantaneous where you request a hearing and you get on the docket, depending on how long and like at what boundaries would we put on that too. They could continue their case, like at what point can you not continue, like there would have to be some boundaries on that. You can't just propose it for hearing and then keep continuing and never resolve this. I mean,
Well,
I guess
the
you can
division
take
could
a
just
compliance
deny.
action.
The
Yeah,
division can just deny a request for.
yeah. I just see that as super cumbersome and like,
Yeah, I don't disagree, I'm just saying that as written, I don't.
See, division has already, within what they have described here, has significant amount of work. And it's a number of forms, so on, within the next several months. With all the information coming in supposedly on a quarterly, monthly basis. So, to say that having these hearings is going to be cumbersome is true. That kind of goes to my point that I have a problem with what I think division can do with this in terms of time and implementation. But again, as Commissioner Kessler pointed out, has not been sufficient really testimony or evidence to basically challenge these times. I would not expect the division to challenge them because it's theirs. I just question whether they can accomplish it. I guess Moga has provided themselves one little
Carve out.
Yeah.
carve out.
And let me be clear, I think the carve out bar is too easy as drafted, which is why I'm suggesting a hearing, but by suggesting a hearing, I'm acknowledging that it's normal for the
More work
division.
for the division.
I mean,
And you're gonna get all kinds of requests.
Yeah.
Probably within first quarter things start.
Yeah, I would not be surprised by that, and with my, I don't know, technical expertise in the division and how it functions, I mean, it is, that is a very quick implementation timeline.
well, and then too, I mean, the problem is if people ask for exceptions, then are they just on like a quarter delay?
That's,
And then is everybody on like a different schedule? Because that's weird, it doesn't really work.
that's where I was sort of coming from, where I was saying it's going to cause more data quality issues. I can perceive all of these potential exception requests coming in is gonna cause more data quality issues than if we just said, whoa, that was loud. If we just said start October, November, December, that's your quarter one, quarter two is January, February, March. And then you got 9 months to attain that. Like, here we go. In my mind, that seems like a more manageable and workable solution for both operators and OCD. And we, I could, yeah, I hesitate to even say this, but like, there could still be a world where there is still that exception, but it would have to be hearing and it's got to be a high bar. But I don't know how we include that still, and I'm afraid if we include it, even if it's 3 months later, it's still gonna be
I think you're
utilized.
right, yeah, I think you're right.
So I almost think you just don't include that and you extend it 3 months. But I'm not on board with extending the attainment of these gas capture percentages any further out than they already are. It just gives them 3 less months to attain the first one, but more time up front to actually get good data.
Well, what if they're,
What's the implication for the first year if they have 3 less months?
They just have 3 less months to get whatever work it is done to attain that percentage,
Or else they're out of compliance, right?
or else they're out of compliance.
what if they have the option of either meeting the July 1 timeframe or delaying 3 months, but then only getting 9 months to report?
That still puts the pressure on the division on the implementation piece. No, I mean,
Yeah,
not to say that it can't be done. I think inherently the division is saying it can be done. This is their proposal and their timeframes.
But it might be, if enough companies opt a quarter later, then it may give the division at least a little less burden, and that they can start things for a subset of the total, and then go from there.
I actually disagree because I think what the division is, it said they were gonna do, and part of their testimony was that they intend for this reporting function to build an IT system for that to be reported in. And so whether you have one operator reporting into that system or you have 500, that reporting system has to be ready, whether it's one person or 500.
Who said they're gonna have an IT system in place?
I'd have to go look back up the division's testimony.
I guess the more we talk about it, the more I'm in favor of delaying this for 3 months and basing it on less data, basing the capture on less data.
So only on 3 months? well, I guess if we,
I thought it was 6 months.
it's currently 6 months. If we cut it by 3 months, though, it would be 3 months. Or there's the option of, I mean, this would, what about like a dumb, maybe this is a dumb solution, but maybe not. If it's 3 months, right, what if we cut each year by 1 month?
Like it's tricky.
It could get tricky.
Your other idea is better. I think,
Which of my bad ideas?
no, I think if you want to allow a delay of a quarter, and then you have 2 quarters, like you said, of basically go through the first quarter of next year. And then the caveat there is your first year of capture is only 9 months.
Yeah.
Not 12.
And then everybody's on the same,
Yes.
well, everybody's on the same track after a year. So whether or not you opt for the additional quarter to get your,
There's no opting. We're just delaying everything by a quarter,
Except the attainment dates.
except the attainment date, which is still hold. That's why your first year has been reduced to 9 months.
Now, okay, so what if, I may be more complicated, but what if we do that, but instead of having this NMOVA clause, unless otherwise approved by the division, what if that clause is on the back end? Like if you can't quite attain your whatever level in 9 months instead of 12, you have an there's some sort of option that the division could potentially give you 3 more months. But I think it still has to be understood that that second year, they're gonna have to pick, you're gonna have to pick it up eventually. Or maybe that just makes it all too cumbersome.
Well, you could, in the attainment of the first 9 months, is okay. You're doing everything annually. So basically, you could say in the first year to be in compliance for the first year, you can get 9/12. If you can do that, you're still in compliance. That doesn't remove you from the fact that you still have that left for the next year. But in terms of compliance only, it will allow you just to get 9/12, but you still have to get all the way to this, whatever that is, over 4 or 5 years. So you give that a little bit of relaxation on the compliance, because the only implication I see with the 9 versus 12 months is the compliance problem.
Yeah.
And so if you're allowed to say just get 9/12 of that, 3/4, then it's not saying, you're not responsible to do that. And we would encourage you to do all of it, but it would be there as it may give you a year past the compliance.
yeah, I think that's a good suggestion.
Now it's gonna be crafting that language.
It's gonna be,
Anything else?
Might I request maybe a recap of that from Dr. Engler?
So, well, we haven't completely agreed, but we're working towards converging on the baseline data. Instead of starting in the 3rd quarter or July of this year, we would push that off by a quarter. So the 4th quarter of this year and the 1st quarter of next year would be the baseline data that's being captured. Now, under the implementation, it's, we want to keep the times the same, such that instead of having a full year to reach compliance, they only will have 9 months. Now, instead of penalizing for that shorter time frame, the suggestion is that for compliance, they only need to get 9/12, right, 3/4 to stay in compliance. But it doesn't obfuscate them from not having to still meet the requirements
In the next.
in the next year, so on.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Doctor.
That turns out to be a tricky one, but I feel like that's like a fair way to do it.
I agree. It doesn't, I mean, none of us want to sacrifice the timing when, like, all of us want emissions to stop as soon as it's feasible, or to begin to decline as soon as it's feasible, and this doesn't sacrifice that, I don't think, because they have to make it up.
I agree. And if they do what Dr. Engler suggests, and you do the things, get the most bang for your buck up front,
Oh,
maybe they'll be good to go.
I think we should strongly encourage these things that have the highest emissions, they should, I would put the emphasis on the industry to really go towards and attack those. You would get faster returns out of it.
Low hanging fruit.
So, should we, Mr. Moander, are you able to take a stab at crafting that language, or should we do that, or should Ms. Worth do that? How does that?
Yeah, and actually this is probably a broader question as we, I think, are going to start to shift gears into like more the line by line piece. Could either you, Mr. Melander, or Ms. Orth, like have the Word copy and like put it up on the share screen, and like, so as we make changes, like it's made in real time and we can see it. That would be extremely helpful, I think, for this process.
I was unable to find a Word document because the rules have been pulled off Westlaw and some of the other places, a Word document that I could edit in real time. So if someone has one, I'm happy to work on it, but I don't have one available.
So, Mr. Moander, this is Felicia. Mr. Ames included Word versions of the divisions final proposals so that the other parties could make their proposed adjustments. What we don't have, at least so far as I know, are the NMOGA's or climate advocates final proposals in Word, but we really ought to just be working with one version anyway. So we could pull up Word from OCD.
Would you be able to maybe, do you have that handy? Could you, could you send them to him, please, Ms. Orr?
Yes, absolutely. Hold on a sec.
And maybe, I mean, would now be a good time to take like a 15-minute break while we get that sort of set up? Because I think we're ready to sort of transition into, let's go through this thing line by line, look through the proposals, etc. And if I think it's going to really help speed the process if you, Mr. Moander, you're sharing your screen, and as we're speaking, you're adding the edits in there in red line.
Understood. As soon as I get it, I'll tee it up.
Okay, so it's 2:20 basically. Let's come back at 2:35. All right, thanks everyone. Hey, Chris, were you able to get the document?
Yes, I did, and I'm working off of the.
I think you just cut out. Are you there? Chris?
Yes, can you hear me
Okay.
now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just
So I'm working off of the divisions documents. These are just obviously a draft. But yeah, let me see if I can share here before we go full live.
I think I gave you permission.
All right. Let's see. Before I do that, I'm going to close all my email, make sure I don't have anything privileged that's up. All right, I think we're good. Give me one moment, please.
Okay.
Let's see.
We can see it, but can you make it bigger?
Let me try that. I'll admit I've not done this before, so hey, how's that? Is that better?
A little more, maybe?
Ah!
Okay.
As long as everyone forgives me for having to, it may take me time to navigate with it this large.
All right. Okay, so commissioners, do we want to, I think, work off of page one to C?
OCD is exhibit 2C, and then I have in front of me two NMOGA's proposed red lines and climate advocates.
Wait, what is 2D?
Should be,
Oh, this is the clean version.
yes.
Okay.
Do you want, I mean, if you give me a second, I could swap to the quote dirty version, if that's what the commission would prefer. Oh, I better close that. That's me. Would the commission prefer that?
I
actually would.
Okay. So give me just a second. Let me pull that together.
No problem. If you want to unshare and then reshare, that's fine.
Yeah, that'll make this move a little quicker. So give me one moment. All right. I'm also going to mute myself. So it looks like the Word documents I have are only clean. I've got PDFs of the track changes format, but I don't believe I've got a track changes version for Exhibit 3C, 2C, yeah, 3, yeah. So I would need those if those are available, which I don't believe they are.
Mr. Ames, are you on? And would that be something you can share with Mr. Molander?
Yes. I am not seeing what Mr. Molander is putting on the screen, but I can forward to him the Word version of exhibits 2C and 3C, which are the markup, the track change versions that the division filed in PDF format on whenever it was we filed everything.
That would be great.
and does it include
Those are additions.
additional?
I think that's additional. By chance, Mr. Ames, does your track change version include those sort of additional changes?
It does not, because our track change versions 2C and 3C were filed before the additional changes filed on February 5th.
Okay, no problem, thank you.
But I have sent the Word version of that notice of the final, of additional changes to proposed final rules that was filed on February 5th to Mr. Moander in Word version.
Okay, great, thank you.
Chris, did you receive the documents?
I sure did. Thank you, Mr. Ames. I'm finishing up prepping them right now. Thank you for sending those along. Okay, I believe we are ready to go.
Can you just make it bigger again, please?
Oh,
Chris, I
Yes.
see comments on the side.
do you want me to
Yeah,
is that
yes,
better?
thank you. Yes,
You
thank
bet.
you.
I just
don't
realized that
re-
like that probably shouldn't be there.
This is the final version, but in the transmittal, it must have reactivated the comments that were buried before I PDF'd it. So, thank you.
I won't take a look, and I'll make sure when I save this that I tidy that up for you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Here we go, guys. Oh, what happened? Okay.
No. I had to blow up a window quick so I can actually keep all these documents organized while we're doing this.
Can you actually make sure that all edits are turned on so we can see them?
So that's where it appears there's probably some privileged stuff in here that Mr. Ames was just talking about. Let me look at something quick, and just to make sure this.
Can you like unshare for a minute, delete all the comments out, and then reshare with all the edits?
I can try. Let me see if I can pull that off. Unfortunately, Madam Chair, that these are inline changes. So if I delete the comments, it deletes the change. But if we take a closer look at this, hold on here. Yeah, and Mr. Ames, so you know, the comments I'm seeing are all from one individual, and it's not formatted, not highlight is the only comment, at least on this first document. Does that pose any heartburn for you?
No, I saw the one comment on the right with Mr. Lepore's name. I wasn't sure how much was down below. If the only comments are of that nature, then it's not an issue, no.
And I'm going through one more time just to make sure that that's the case, and it is.
Okay.
And I'll do this the next time on the other document when we get to that as well. So, okay, I think we're there now. Did I lose everybody?
Nope, we're here.
Okay, so you got awfully quiet.
Okay.
All right.
So all of the changes that we're seeing up here have already been accepted into OCD's proposed final rule. Is that correct? So the additional changes we would be looking at would come from climate advocates or NOVA.
Yes.
Okay. So then the first one I'm seeing is
Trying to get all of my versions.
You got it?
All right. We got this. I mean, oh, what just happened?
Oh,
Go back.
Tell me where you want me to be and I will get there.
The very, very top.
So the first proposed change is from climate advocate addition of an air pollution control equipment.
So I'm wondering, do we need to, I mean, I think, should we still go through and like validate, yes, we accept the division change?
Yeah, I believe that's going to be required, whether you accept the division change or any change.
Okay, so like in 1915, 27-2, I am good with the change from development to exploration.
Agreed.
We all agree. This is off to a great start.
Let me actually check something. Oh, no. All right, so I'm going to have to annotate this. I can't just accept that change, but that's fine. I will come back and clean this up.
Okay, however you want to do it, and tell us if we're going too quick.
I will absolutely do that.
Great. Okay. And then, yes, I think you're correct, Commissioner Kessler. The first change, large changes by climate advocates and EDF. And their first proposed A to add air pollution control equipment. And maybe this is another threshold issue we should discuss, but I think it's quick. I do not agree with adding that. OCD does not regulate air pollution. And I think that language is indicative of something that should be in an environmental rule, which this is not. And I think
Madam Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. This is Felicia. I noted that the 4 definitions that were proposed by climate advocates and EDF, each of those definitions, proposed definitions, is verbiage that is used in their proposal in 8C on venting and flaring during completion or recompletion operations. So I really think it makes sense to look at 8C, and then depending on what you do with 8C, let's say you were to adopt their proposal in 8C, I think you would want to define the terms used there.
well, that's quite logical. All right. Thank you, Ms. Orr.
So it's like page 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, page 5
Yeah.
of common advocates?
Climate advocates.
Oh, okay.
Slash media.
I think my original statement stands. For what I said a moment ago, I have very strong concerns about, well, I think there are multiple concerns I have here. One, we heard testimony from Mr. Bolander that there could be some very real safety issues, particularly with oil wells, with the slugs of liquid and all of those issues. And so doing this proposal during flowback, it could present some safety issues. He recognized that Colorado had required it, but said he did not agree that that was potentially the route to go. I can't remember the name of the climate advocates witness.
I think you're thinking of Tom Alexander, Madam Chair.
That's it. Thank you. And he, made some testimony, but at the end of the day, it sounded like his testimony was along the lines of, well, it was feasible to do it in these different basins, but at the end of the day, all of those basins were gas basins, not oil basins, and there are different concerns in those different areas. Again, the flowback and the large volumes of liquid that could come and provoke and be a safety problem. So then in the testimony from Mr. Bolander, on the last day during rebuttal, he recognized, yes, that there is a differentiation between gas and oil wells, and it may be feasible on gas wells where it's not feasible on oil wells. And so in his testimony, he'd indicated that it might be feasible to add some statement in C1 that if there is the ability to capture during initial flowback, if capture during initial flowback is feasible, then that should be captured as well, which I believe is the change now in C1 proposed by the division, which would encompass capturing from gas wells. So this is a very long way of saying I have a lot of concerns on multiple facets, but the climate advocates proposal, the largest being the safety issues. But the second, and this is a theme sort of throughout both climate advocates and EDF's proposals, that I think the commission should be wary of, is references that are rooted in an environmental outcome. And when I say that, I mean like these references to combustion efficiencies of 98%. I think that there is statutory authority for OCD to require gas to be flared as opposed to vented, and there was testimony on that. I am not sure how far that goes. If it goes far enough to not only require flaring, but also to insert, I mean, basically environmental regulation phrasing into our rule, I think I'm very concerned about doing that and sort of overstepping our statutory authority and appearing more like an environmental, starting to step into the environmental regulation aspect as opposed to the waste aspect. And I think we begin to do that when we start to refer to these types of limits as well as, I mean, very, very concerned about having something in our rule that air pollution control equipment. I mean, first off, OCD does not regulate pollution. We regulate waste. Could waste lead to pollution? You know, one could make that argument, but that's not the jurisdictional authority that I think OCD has. And I think we have to be incredibly cognizant not to step over that line and then walk into, I think, as Namova talks about quite a bit in their closing statement, you know, then we become some sort of emissions control process or whatever however you want to term it. So this is a very, very long way of stating I have a lot of concerns about the climate proposals, climate advocate proposals in C. I think that the OCD proposal sort of goes as far probably as it can in a safe way, but again, sort of more back as a threshold issue. I very much have concerns about the terminology to anything air pollution, emissions, et cetera, related. And I think we may be stepping over the line when we start to put in those types of those types of references.
Director, I would agree with you, and I think the division did a nice job in its presentation of explaining why the OCD has statutory authority to be able to regulate disposal of a waste product, in particular venting versus flaring versus venting. But I agree that we need to be cognizant of our jurisdictional authority, and I agree with you on both the concerns related to safety that was described both by Mr. Bolander and a NMOGA witness, and also sort of just assurance that we want to stay within our jurisdiction only.
So I know we sort of skipped that. Well, I'm sorry, Dr. Engler, where are you on that?
I'm good with getting rid of air pollution control for here.
How,
And associated references thereof.
what about sort of in the broad context of, since we are already talking about C? Well, let's address C when we get to C. Or no,
I thought we were in C.
I guess we are. My proposal would be that we do not take any of the recommendations from climate advocates in C. I think I agree with the addition from division in C1. I think that when feasible, particularly for gas wells, and maybe my question is, should we specifically call them out to make it very clear? I guess that would be a question I have. Maybe Dr. Rigler, if you have any thoughts on that, on the technical side.
For what part? For
C1.
As far as OCD language or?
Yeah,
Well, I thought OCD language was quite succinct and right to the point.
okay,
And their addition was, you know, they were trying to eliminate the preventive component. I think a lot of this that we're seeing is it comes to, again, I think it was the word earlier used, prescriptive. And I think there's a level of detail here that's prescriptive from climate advocates that's not necessary. I would also second what you said about, and I asked the questions to Mr. Alexander. So the testimony was on gas wells only, and it was not really relevant to New Mexico or what we do. So I feel like that was a somewhat of it wasn't a good connection for me.
I apologize, but we need to take a 5-minute break. Sorry, guys. All right, sorry about that.
So I think we're all in agreement that air pollution control equipment should not be accepted, and I think on the C1, I think we're leaning towards the OCD's current verbs.
Yeah, and it looks like Namoga in C1 does not have a proposal. It just has the previous language. So I think that nails down C1. Do we want to come back and do C2, 3, etc. when we get there?
Yeah.
That's fine. I guess just to clarify, then we don't want to specify that if it's for gas wells, was that the discussion?
Dr. Engler thinks
Or is
it's
it clear
succinct enough.
Okay.
And so I'm fine with as is. Okay. Mr. Minder, can we go back up? Okay. Okay, so OCD in alarm proposes to remove the or crude oil, which I think is appropriate. This rule governs gas.
Yes, agreed.
Agreed.
All right, B, the original B was struck and replaced with, this was the proposal that came in separately during the hearing. And I think Namoga has no comments on that. Climate advocates and EDF had no comments on that. I have no comments on that. I'm good with as is.
Yes, I would agree.
I agree.
C. Namoga has no comments. Climate advocates had no comments.
I think it should be accepted.
Yes, agree.
Same here.
Completion operations. This was the proposal that we discussed at the rulemaking hearing. Namoga has no issues with it. Neither does climate advocates. I am good with the change.
Yes, I think it was intended to conform to the Quado, if I'm remembering correctly. Anyways, I agree with the division's proposed changes.
I think it's more solid than the previous language, which was a little more, I feel like cumbersome.
Yeah.
Okay. So completions operations change is approved.
So, just for clarity, so really that's, again, I like the way it is. It does connect to the definition of initial flowback and separation flowback. So
Yes.
They're, approving, maybe that's not, I was gonna say approving one means you're agreeing with all. Maybe that's not quite right.
I mean, I think we should still look at the others and make sure we're good with them. But they do
They
sort of,
do connect, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
They do connect. Okay.
Next one, the updates in lettering, that all makes sense, no issues there. Change from delineation. Well, actually, before that, we have the climate advocates proposal to include the definition of drill out.
Again, Madam Chair, they propose a definition of drill out because that term is used in 8C1. Same with flowback and flowback fluid.
That's correct.
Okay, well then let's go ahead and, because of all the reasons we discussed a moment ago, remove those definitions. If we're not going to adopt those changes, then there's no need for those definitions.
That's also correct.
All right, thank you, Ms. Orr. Okay, now going to propose G, change from delineation to exploratory well.
Makes sense to me.
Makes total sense. It seems consistent within the rule. I'm good with it.
10 more pages to go.
Yeah.
G1, the verbiage is changed from drilled to completed. Good with that.
Yep.
That makes more operational sense. Okay, emergency. I think we're gonna have some discussion here. There are a couple proposals in emergency definition. Actually, climate advocates and EDF does not have a proposal or a proposed change from the division. NMOGA does. There was quite a bit of talk about this.
I think there are two facets to it too, right? There's the timing and there's the quantity of the number of emergencies. Am I remembering correctly?
I think so, yes.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Kessler, can you repeat that?
There's a timing issue and a quantity issue. So I think, as I remember, there was a number of hours that that NMOGA wanted to change, and also the number of times that something could happen at a particular site or within an area was an issue, right?
Yes. So NMOGA wants in 4,
Okay, here we go.
8 hours instead of 4. And I think actually probably the more significant change is in 6. They want 3 or more emergencies at one site, whereas divisions is 3 or more emergencies within a single reporting area, and the reporting areas are basically north and south half of the state. I know there was talk on the last day that the way it's written, BLM gives you 3, and this is more like 2, the way it's written, 3 or more.
Well, the BLM provision says there's a 4th emergency that significantly is within the same lease unit or communitized area within a 30-day period. So it's significantly different
More
than OCC's
expansive.
proposal. Yeah.
Does it make sense to discuss the hour thing and this reporting area thing separately?
I think so. And I also just noticed there's this, they strike including a recurring equipment failure in the paragraph 5. So you're going to start with the number of hours.
Yeah, we got a lot of testimony on this, some of it helpful, some of it anecdotal. I can't remember, is it Miss Ianuzzi? Who said something like, some operators may be able to do it in 4 hours, not all. And then there was we could never quite pin down how many operators could shut things in remotely potentially. And then it was, well, do they want to shut them in remotely? Is that, maybe they'd rather go out
And take a look at it.
take a look at it, see if there's another alternative scenario, whatever.
I am sensitive to, if you are going to look at it, it takes a long time to get there here in the Southeast. I mean,
I agree.
What was that?
I said I'm sensitive to the fact that if you're going to take a look at whatever is causing the problem, it's gonna take a while. So if you're located in Roswell or your field staff is wherever, then trying to get out to that site is like somebody mobilizing and then getting out there would be 4 hours. And
And you could have a whole field go down. Well, not like, you could have multiple sites go down.
Oh, yeah.
But there's also like this range of things that I'm concerned of, like people taking advantage of this. It's like, if you can go out there and do it in 2 hours, do it in 2 hours. If you can do it in 4, do it in 4. If it takes you 8, okay. But it's like, if we give 8, are people going to take all of the 8 because they can? And then that just leads to more venting and flaring. And so I almost would like to qualify it, like, if you can do it quicker, you should do it quicker. But I don't know how that's enforceable.
yeah, I would agree with that because I think trying to
I don't know how you implement that, like practically.
unless we say something like except for good cause, but then, I think that could lead to an inundation of exceptions that are being requested when really, it might just take 10 hours.
Part of me is like, well, do we go with the middle and go with 6? Dr. Ingrid, do you have any thoughts?
Well, yeah, the advances that I'm familiar with, identification and safety were number 1. So I guess I don't want something to be rushed because we only got 4 hours. So I guess I would probably default to the 8. I understand what you're saying about, maybe they'll take the full 8. But I just don't want people to rush into 4 hours for something that's an emergency that could be more difficult than cases that but if you're going back to the testimony, there's very good arguments on all sides about why we should do what we should do, or why we pull a person 8. I can't say that neither one of those actually told me anything. But, they both were really good. So I'm not going to say that within the confines of what I heard that the 4 or 8 are not bad. I just, when I logically think, I think safety at 8 hours. That's how. I do like your incentive program of how you would minimize that. Like if I could do it 4. But I don't know how to either make that the rule or make it an incentive. I'm open to that suggestion, but I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, crafting that language is tricky. And then actually like being able to manage that as a program.
I mean, it's almost like a credit program or something like that, which I think is a really interesting idea, but I don't think is what we're here to.
I think that would be hard.
But then again,
Without notice.
they may say, oh, we get, there may be pressure to say, hey, let's get this done 4 and cut corners because then you get a credit, where maybe really should take 8. So again, I'm always defaulting to that concept.
Yeah, it's like, I guess my mind goes in a lot of different places. It's like, if you have assets up, I'm like literally, just, I'm thinking out loud. If you have assets up near Hubs or Carlsbad or whatever, and your nearest operator is in Midland, like, at what point, and we're now giving you 8 hours to do it because your operator is in Midland. I mean, at what point should you actually have an operator stationed closer to those assets and that be more prudent operation practices?
I'm not even really thinking Midland though. I'm thinking like if you have people in Roswell or like, that if you're, just because you're, even if you're still in New Mexico and you're pretty nearby,
It can take a long
it
time
can
to
just
get.
take a long time, especially if you have multiple sites that you need to check on.
You'll have people on emergency call, but they will, you can be stationed with emergency call in Hobbs, but they're still gonna be an hour and a half away from some facilities. But there's some, so it's not on call.
Dr. Ingram, I need for you to speak up, please.
All right, you could have emergency people who are closer, but it still takes an hour and a half to get there. Then you gotta assess.
So
Let's just do 8 hours and call
call it a day.
What do you want, 5.5?
Sorry, I'm just rereading this again. I mean, if we did something and it said venting and flaring of natural gas for more than 8 hours after notification that is caused by an emergency, unscheduled maintenance, or malfunction of a natural gas gathering system, unless I mean, I don't know. Unless can be remedied quicker. That's terrible language, but it's like I want it to be managed as quickly as possible while being safe, but how do you write that?
Sorry, I was just lost it. You could put a comma after or malfunction. Well, I mean, it's weird too because this is a definition.
Yeah.
So what you're talking about is more of a provision to address an emergency rather than just like a.
But since we're writing the 8 hours in or whatever time frame into there, it's like.
The language. I'm having trouble because the definition section to try and say
Yeah.
a limitation to try and add some sort of language requiring that the operator resolve it as quickly as possible in a definition section.
That's more of like, well, I mean, do we add it in the performance standards section?
Emergencies shall be resolved as quickly as is technically feasible.
Okay. I think that's a good thought. And let's do 8 hours here and then add something in the performance standards section about emergencies shall be fixed as soon as possible.
So then we move to
5.
5.
So this was talked about a whole lot by, apparently I'm terrible with names, Enterprise
Oh, yeah.
guy. And that was, I'll get there. Reinerman. Paul Reinerman.
What did you say?
I'm trying to recall that. I mean, I think that the ultimately what he said is reoccurring equipment failure is not always operator negligence, was the long and short of it, and they don't want that to always count against them. And you know, rotating equipment is especially, I think, prone to reoccurring equipment failure.
Yeah, what I can't remember is whether or not the objection is only that it's sort of connected to operator negligence, or whether there's a more particular evidence and testimony that he offered that it could happen for legitimate reasons and should be
Let's see.
taken out of the definition.
Momoga says it is in day 6 of the transcript.
They say in their justification presented substantial evidence of recurring equipment failure. Part of the diagnostic and troubleshooting process for complicated equipment is not always the result of operator negligence.
Won't the division have to be able to identify its operator negligence in some fashion?
Yeah, I don't know how the heck we do that. That's a high bar. I mean, that's sort of in my mind almost the same as like demonstrating, you know, what was it, the provision we were arguing about in the penalty rule, willing and what is it, willing and
Willful and
willful and negligent, or
no, it's higher bar than that. So willful negligence is a lower standard than willful, but I can't remember the other descriptor of willful.
knowing and willful, right?
Intentional. The idea is that it's intentional versus unintentional.
Chair Kessler, I ask you to speak up, please.
And I'm just piping in again, Mr. Moander here. So you're wanting to modify negligence with willful? Is that what you're discussing here?
I mean, no, what I'm saying is proving operator negligence could practically be very, very difficult. So
I
if
mean-
you exclude including a reoccurring equipment failure, it just leaves it with operator negligence. And operator negligence, what would that practically be and how is that proven?
I mean,
Always just
just
some.
generally speaking, I mean, negligence is understood interpreted pretty consistently through legislative, administrative law. I mean, that's where you got to show a duty, a breach of duty, injury. I mean, that's a case within a case. You could have, like, misuse of equipment. I mean, something that's more specific and isn't a legal term of art makes a lot like something that's based in a factual scenario rather than having to assess a legal standard. So that's why I'm thinking something like misuse of equipment or something along that line.
Okay, maybe, what about this concept? So I'm looking at the testimony. Mr. Reinerman is asked, what does reoccurring mean to him? And, reoccurring means more than once. Whether that's 2 times or 10 times, that's not what he said, that's what I'm saying. And then he sort of walks through some of the situations where these things could happen. And I from my experience, I understand this to be the case. But at the same time, like, what's that limit? And so I wonder if it makes sense to include something similar to what we do in 6, where it's the operator's negligence, including a reoccurring equipment failure, something like that happens 3 or more times in a 60-day period. Or mirror that piece,
Yeah.
to like put some sort of definition around it.
Well, no, what I'm thinking is if part of the problem is that, and I remember this from Mr. Smitherman's testimony, that there was a real objection to equipment failure being associated with negligence.
Yes.
And so if we just bump it down the line, like 5 is the operator's negligence, 6 becomes recurring equipment failure, including X number of times in
Time period.
I
I like that. Dr. Engler?
Well, I'll just wait for you guys to get there.
You were ahead of us already?
Yeah, good. Yeah, I just wait. Sorry,
You're just too quick for us.
but
Okay, do you hear that, Mr. Moander? We want to, on line 5, we want the operator's negligence and the including, and then, get rid of that, and then reoccurring equipment failure on the next line in 6.
then 6 becomes 7.
Yeah, 6 will become 7. I mean, you can clean that up later, however.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of cleanup.
So then I think if we figure out 6, we should match 5 to 6.
Okay, so
6 to 7.
Yes, I'm sorry. So I mean, I guess my first thought on 6 or 7 now, is that if the BLM gives 4, basically, we should change it from 3 or more emergencies to 4 or more emergencies and mirror that.
the big thing is though, within
second.
the lease area, lease unit or community.
But I don't think that language makes sense for the OCD.
So would you use spacing unit or communitized area, or do you want to leave it? Because this takes, I mean, the equivalent of this, it's not
It's
not exactly the same, but the similar concept would be to limit X number of emergencies within X day time frame to a spacing unit. And I don't, that's a really big change from where the rule is as drafted. And I don't necessarily object. I don't necessarily object to more leniency. I just, that's a big.
It is a big leap. I don't necessarily agree with at one site by Namoga. That seems, to me, that seems like a very low bar.
Yeah, I agree.
And I get that the division is a high bar. I guess is that high bar appropriate, or does it need to be pared down? Now, the testimony from Namoga would show that it's maybe too much.
Single reporting area is a very large area.
It would basically be north part of the state. It would be,
North and south.
practically, it would be a company's entire operations. There are not many, if any, companies that operate in both basins.
I mean, to use an example, I think for state land, EOG is the highest royalty remitter. They have something like 600 some leases. So, you know, a
That's a
single
lot.
reporting area
Massive.
is massive.
And what do you think what was your spacing unit? What do you think that would like consist of?
Tell me what you mean.
Like, what do you think, how much?
The spacing unit can have multiple wells in it, but they're limited to formation. So it could be several 2-mile laterals that develop the Bone Spring.
I guess I just feel like that's still pretty low.
Oh, it is.
So is there like a
Medium one?
medium one? This one's too cold. This one's too
Yeah, let me think. Sure that we can work with.
Do you have any suggestions, Dr. Wiener? I don't really want to draw like this an arbitrary line like a county or something like that.
Well, it just really disfavors companies that have multiple operations, that have larger operations. I mean, Buga's First is the companies that have a lot of wells.
Yeah.
And could be seen as, you know, disproportionately favoring smaller operators. So you could tie it to the size of the company, but that might be.
Let's see. I would be worried about notice requirements with that.
There is the, there's 7. If you continue, there's a second part that says, unless the division determines the operator could not have reasonably anticipated the current event and it was beyond the operator's control.
Right.
So the cases that come to my mind would fall underneath, and things that I have seen would fall underneath that category. So
Such as?
even though it's emergencies and it's Ward 3, it was basically beyond our control, and hence, that line there would give the division the ability to provide that exception. And the one I can tell you straight off are massive lightning storms.
Yeah, but we also heard testimony that that's expected in those areas, and there are things you can do to help sort of buffer. Not
I can
100%.
argue that. I've seen it take out entire utility sections to where we'd have to wait till the utility could get their stuff up before we could. So that took days. So there are, I always thought that too until I saw these type of electrical storms that I've seen. And I thought, no. You can put arresters and lightning rods all you want for your equipment. If it takes your electrical system out, you're going to be
Cooked.
for a long time. But again, my example, I think fits underneath divisions, the second part, so I still don't like reporting area, it's too large, but when I keep thinking of these examples, there is that second part that kind of gives division that capability. So I think if you go down to whatever you say by site, that's pretty limited.
I feel like that's too low a bar.
What if we said 3 or more emergencies per 50 wells?
Somebody's got to count that.
Well, and yeah, I guess this is 27. We'd have to figure out what the equivalent is on 28.
You asked for medium.
I did. And this is the point of the day we get punchy.
And there's no testimony that might help set that second parameter that anyone can think. I mean, I can't.
I don't think so. Ms. Orts, do you recall anything? I don't.
Sorry, I remember Mr. Bolander's testimony that they were tracking with the definition of emergency in the BLM language, namely to exclude, recurring equipment failure, but I don't remember X times as a definition of recurring.
Okay. So what if we did this? Instead of screwing with the single reporting area, though I understand that could be massive for people. What if we change it to 4 or more emergencies within the 30-day time period? So at least those components match with BLM.
Okay. And then we could say,
and there's so much federal land that I think it makes sense to any places we can match up with BLM, at least where it makes sense within our statutes. And I'm not sure it makes sense on for example, OCD doesn't have the lease information. So I think it would be hard to manage a provision like that.
yeah, I'm just trying to think, we could say 4 or more emergencies, and then just broaden the division discretion a little bit. Unless the division except for cause, essentially. If somebody wants to come and explain to the division rather than just the specific sort of foreseeability issue that the division puts here, it could be for any excuse that the operator wants to bring.
I guess I'm hesitant to do that. Just from the practical implementation part of it. I don't want this to turn into the new C-129.
Yeah.
Or the old C-129 or whatever. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Actually, I just misspoke. When it came to the recurring equipment failure exception, they were tracking with BLM. In this section, the testimony from Mr. Bolander was that they were already, the division in its proposal was already more generous or forgiving than BLM, because BLM had a time period of 30 days there, not 60. So sorry if I misspoke.
No, I think I recall that, and then I asked the question, and actually they are more stringent. Because if it's 30 days, if you get 3 within 30 days, you get, in a 60-day time span, you get 6. If you get 3 within 60 days, you get 3. Sorry, but so I still sort of stand on the earlier statement that if we mirror it more towards BLM and we say 4 or more emergencies, which means they get 3 within the preceding 30 days within the reporting area.
I'm just still stuck on it's fine, I'm just still stuck on how much that, how differently that impacts different size companies.
I mean, absent of finding some weird, awkward middle ground, like that's what, if there was some like,
Yeah. Well, if I have any brilliant ideas, we can come back to it.
okay, for now, Mr. Moiner, will you do 4 or more emergencies and change the 60 to 30? Make it through the definitions today.
Just a few cleanup issues. It looks like under H2, it says except as provided in subparagraph 4. I don't recall anyone addressing that.
Where, hold on.
H2.
H2,
Oh. I think that's fine.
Yeah, that's good.
And our renumbering doesn't mess that up.
no. And then on 4, there's the 8 hours after notification and then the strike through at the end.
The after notification is a good modification.
Okay.
They're not mind readers, not clairvoyant. So I think it has to be predicated on notification.
Okay.
And the strike through, I think, is appropriate.
All right. And then on what is now 7, within a single reporting area pursuant to subsection A.
Yep, we're gonna keep that and just modify the 3 to 4 and the 30 to 60. Sorry, that was backwards, yes. 60 to 30.
Got it.
Whew. We made it, all right. Okay, so the next.
I hate to be the stickler on this, but don't we want to finish going through the definitions because there's some strike throughs and additions in there?
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Okay, just making
So
sure
I
we're
just
not
think
leaving.
you were done with emergency.
Oh. Woohoo!
Yeah, small victories here, small victories. I'm trying to see what's next. I think flowback and flowback fluid from Climate Advocate. Clear stack. Oh. Okay, flare stack. Namoga's fine with that. Climate Advocate seems fine with that. I am fine with that.
I'm fine with that.
We're all good.
Okay, flare stack is good as proposed. Then it's flowback and flowback fluid, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Orth, but those all tie back to that C1.
Exactly.
Okay. So we will not be including those. Malfunction. There is a change in the division.
Doesn't look like other entities have issues with it though.
I mean, it seems, I don't think that changes the intent.
No, and it actually makes it easier to read, I think, because it removes sort of a redundancy.
Okay.
Okay. The next production operations, I think, is our next.
I have a question for that.
Okay.
And kind of ties to the below, one below it is separation flow back. So if separation flow back can go, no later than 30 days. So that suggests to me that it could go less than 30 days. Correct?
I think so, if I'm following you.
So under production operations, this says the period that begins 31 days. Specifically 31 days. Shouldn't that say no later than 31 days?
Which is opposite of what was
Or
originally
after
there.
So, wait, no, I'm sorry. So the separation flowback is no later than 30 days. So I'm lost between those two. It means the production operations means the period that begins after separation flowback, right?
Yeah.
So maybe we should say after separation instead of 31 days. Well, it's following 31 days following commencement.
Now I'm confused. Okay.
Well, because see, for separation flowback, you're allowed no later than 30 days. So you're allowed 30 days is your maximum.
30 days after initial flowback.
Right. Production operations doesn't give you, other just says 31 days. Following the commencement of initial flowback.
So that doesn't give you. Wait. But separation flowback concludes no later than 30 days after initial. So if it has to be done on day 30 and day 31 production starts.
Right, but you can finish separation flowback less than 30 days. But production operations means 31 days.
I mean, should we have kept the on the earlier of? But then we get rid of the or the placement. I understand, and we heard testimony about I think from the division on why they struck the or the permanent production equipment is placed into service. But should it be or it means the period that begins on the earlier of the conclusion of initial flowback and separation flowback?
Basically, the way I read this is the production operation occurs after 30 days of separation flowback. And the way separation flowback says you can go no later than 30 days, but that means you can be less than 30 days. Right? However, production operations is 31 days. So I guess there should be that conditional in there. So maybe on the earlier of 31 days would match with the concept of separation flowback could be 30 days.
Mr. Engler, please speak up.
Okay, so again, maybe the question that if I understand this, there should be a conditional on production operation. Am I seeing that right?
I think you are.
Because there is a condition on the separation flowback, no later.
I mean, could we just say means the period that begins 31 days following the commencement of initial flowback or following the commencement, or say on the earlier of 31 days following the commencement of initial flowback or following completion of separation flowback. Does that work? The earlier of the two, either 31 days or following completion of separation flowback. I think that works.
Say it again.
Okay, so it would be production operation means the period that begins on the earlier of 31 days following the commencement of initial flowback or following completion of separation flowback. And it would be the earlier of that too.
The separation flowback is contingent upon 30 days after initial. So it's kind of redundant.
Well, but I thought the issue is they could finish separation flowback before 30 days, which means they would move into production operations before day 31. And so we need to write a provision so that if they move into production before that, it's definitionally confined. So I think that works. Do you see?
Yeah. More or less.
Okay. All right, Mr. Moender, did you get that?
I believe I did. Take a look right here. I'll highlight it. Subsection
Yeah, I
2.
think that's right.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Great, thank you. The next one is in R. And I think this one works. We just sort of talked about it in production. I'm good with the change in separation flowback.
Yeah, as per OCD.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. That one's good to go. All right, now NMOGA has some pretty substantial changes to the definition of benzene. Or benzene. And I actually think we basically addressed all of this during our belabored conversations on waste and categories. Some of these, at least. I think what they're trying to do here, for my reading, is they're trying to exclude the things, particularly those low pressure sources that they talked about earlier, exclude them from the definition of venting to like double exclude them from being waste.
Yeah.
Because then they would not get reported. And so I actually think even though for the situation of a pneumatic, where we decided that a properly operating one may not be waste, but I think if you remove it from the definition of vent or venting, then it won't even get caught up in the reporting. If I'm thinking about this right.
Yeah, I was just trying to follow. They reference their argument in the closing statement, and I was trying to find that. But since we have not agreed with NMOGA's conclusion that low pressure sources.
Please speak up.
Since we have not agreed with Nemoga's statement that emissions from low pressure sources is not surface waste, it does not follow to me that the venting definition should exclude low pressure sources. Because I think that the categories that we've decided are not waste, you can still use the term venting or flaring. It's just that we have to be specific about when certain venting or flaring is or is not waste. We don't want to just include that in the definitional language. So I think the director is correct. We've covered this in our decision to go through category by category and look to what activities are not do or do not constitute waste, and that should be sufficient in my view for capturing our intention.
I think so too. I think it's inappropriate to put it in the definition. I think it's covered, well, one, very extensively with our discussion earlier on waste and our talk about, as we talked through section G, 27.8G to all of those sections. And so I feel like it's captured. I think this is an inappropriate place to have to do this.
I agree. So I would support the division's definition of venting or flaring. Oh, excuse me, vent or venting.
Agreed.
Okay. We made it out of definitions in rule 1. All right. On to 19, 15, 27, 8A.
Madam Chair, this is Felicia. I would offer just one observation here. You'll see extensive language written as justification by climate advocates and EDF under 27.8A. It does not appear that they propose any changes to the division's 28A. It appears that effectively what they're doing is supporting the division's proposal as against proposed changes by NEMOGA.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Orth. Okay. So in 27.8A, there are quite a few changes from the division. There are no proposed changes by climate advocates. As Ms. Orr said, there's quite a bit of discussion, and NEMOGA proposes to strike maximize the recovery of natural gas and
I guess the only thing I would say is I think that the duty to maximize recovery is the flip side of the duty to minimize waste. So
I mean, that seems like the entire intention of the statute.
yeah, so I think while the statute says that the jurisdiction is related to waste, the, I mean, I guess what I'm saying is I don't see any pros or cons from taking out maximizing recovery or leaving it in, because I think that it's the same thing. Does that make sense? I think maximizing recovery and minimizing waste are two sides of the same coin. So it's just defining one, whereas otherwise you just leave it unsaid, but the intention is still there.
Should it, if you wanted to connect them, should it say something like maximize the recovery of natural gas by minimizing the waste of the natural gas preventing plant? And thus that would connect the two?
So instead of saying and, it says by.
Minimizing the waste.
I mean, I do sort of agree it's redundant. But I also don't see the harm in leaving it in.
Yeah. Well, do you have the Moga exhibit?
Yeah.
Refer to exhibit A, and without specific,
Exhibit A.
that's what they say. See also justification statements under Nemoga exhibit A.
Oh, I think that's this guy. It's there for 27.
Oh. Okay. So they just say the proposed changes properly communicate the concept of surface waste and the corresponding obligation imposed on operators. But there's no question that operators have a duty to minimize waste. So I mean, yeah, it's saying the same thing to me, and I don't see specific justification for why maximize recovery should be taken out. So in the absence of that, I guess I would be in favor of leaving it in.
I like tying it together as Dr. Winkler proposed.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, Mr. Moander, can you, we're probably not done with this, but that sentence, it should say the operator has a general duty to maximize the recovery of natural gas by minimizing the waste of natural gas through venting and flaring. So basically remove and change minimize to minimizing. Okay. I think that basically what OCD did is they sort of flipped this statement. So they removed this except as authorized in subsection BCD up front and put it at the back.
Yeah.
So I don't think it, I guess I'm not 100% sure why, but I don't think it actually changes the intent.
Yeah.
I'm fine with the remainder of the changes. I think it just sort of flips the paragraph,
Yes, I think you're good.
not changing any of the intent.
yeah, for that particular provision, I think that's fine.
Okay. 27(8)(b).
This is one of the technically feasible places.
Yeah.
So there's no issue with subsection 8B2's changes? Did I catch that right?
Say that again.
Subsection 8B2, those changes are accepted?
Not yet.
Okay, just wanted to make,
So this was a discussion of technically feasible and,
Reasonably practical.
yeah.
Dr. Engler, you sort of mentioned this phrasing earlier. Where are you with that?
Well, technically feasible is a fairly high level of accomplishment. A lot of things are technically feasible, but they don't actually connect with using your best industry practices. So these two statements actually do not agree with each other. My best industry practice may not be technically feasible. So in fact, I questioned somebody on this during the testimony. But to me, and I think if you read through a lot of the testimony, a lot of people will come back to this word technically feasible. Or word, I should say, feasible. But I don't really like those two. I don't like technically feasible. But it is all through this document.
I'm very concerned though about some of the reasonably practical justifications that NMOGA used. And I have to look back in A, they have most of it in here. It seems to be tied to like, do they perceive it as cost effective? And what
Yeah.
one company perceives as cost effective is different than another company.
Yeah.
And I am not on board with opening that can of worms.
Technically feasible, inherent in that definition is an economic component, which is, it doesn't matter what economics are. If you can do it and it's feasible, you should do it. See, that is the inverse of the problem.
So I don't disagree with that, but I also don't like the opposite. Where it's like, well, if it costs too much for me,
Well, I do.
then it's not, I'm not gonna do it. I don't, that's, I think, very wrong.
Well, I do agree. I think Mr. Ames stated at OCD that there is a certain amount of, we want to encourage, new thoughts, developments,
Innovation.
innovation. And I think he's quite correct on that. So I think the point there is if we just use whatever practice we have, we're not doing anything to improve. So again, I don't have the words for this, but maybe we can work that out. But I do agree that there should be a way of I guess capturing what we want. So I guess at the end of the day, technically feasible may be the only two description that we end up coming with that meets the desire and the intent.
I guess I'm not as opposed to it, I think maybe as you are. I am definitely opposed to reasonably practical and the justification that was given by NOMOGA.
Yeah, it was too much focused on economic.
It's too low.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, what's reasonably practical for a company that has 100 wells is very different than for a company that has 1,000 or 5,000. And that's not how we regulate. That's not how we should regulate.
that's true. Technically feasible is the problem.
I don't know if I 100% agree with that, but I don't feel as strongly as I feel about the other one. So if we can come up with a different terminology that meets this, I would be open to it. This is something we put in the parking lot for the moment.
Technically reasonable.
Reasonably technical. Sorry, that doesn't work.
If there's not an objective descriptor here that we can use, that would be like a performance standard. Shall use best practices.
That's, I can't think of anything better, so, again, we can set that aside, and then if something does come up, we can think about it, talk about it, not, maybe just leave it.
Maybe it'll pop in your mind at 2 a.m.
I doubt it.
Okay, so let's table that, but I 100% do not agree with reason and practical. So we'll keep it for now. Okay, 2, no change, climate advocates, no change, NOMOGA. I'm fine with the changes.
Yeah.
They didn't, just to clarify, they don't remove the requirement for the auto igniter, it's just placed in a different section.
Yeah.
I agree.
3, everybody seems happy with. Damn. Okay. C. 27.8C. We've already discussed, I think, a big chunk of this, which is C1, and we opted to go with divisions updates. Also, we should probably talk about the title. I am fine with or. Right.
Okay.
2, C2. No change from NOMOGA. No change from climate. I don't have a problem with C2. That makes perfect sense to me.
Did we miss C1? Oh, wait, this is what we had already talked about.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
what we had. Okay, are we good with C2? The from separation equipment, that makes sense to me.
Separation.
Yeah, it just makes a lot of sense, yeah. Okay. C2A has no proposal changes. C2B This is just moving that terminology to a
Oh,
different
yeah.
section, I think. Which makes sense. It gets moved to, I have to find it, but. I think it's performance standards. I'm good with removing that language. It's consistent with what was done above. In B2.
I agree.
I agree.
C3.
I don't disagree with the division's proposals. And I don't disagree with, for A, the climate advocates, have the words properly sized with respect to the flare stack. I don't have an issue with that. I think it should be, the flare stack should be properly sized. So adding that language, I don't.
I guess my question is then, would we need to add it above to B2?
A flare stack shall be located at a minimum of 100 feet from the nearest service hole location unless otherwise approved by the division and should be properly sized. We could just add that unless otherwise approved by the division and should be properly sized.
I guess I would almost put it at the front, a properly sized flare stack.
Sure.
Dr. Engler?
Where you at?
We started in
Got that.
C3A. And then my question was if we make a modification in C3A, do we need to change C2 to say a properly sized flare stack for consistency?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Melander, can we go back up to B2, please?
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to walk me through this one.
So B2, the only change.
Wait, it's 2B?
No, B2. Section above.
Oh, that's a properly sized flare stack.
Yeah.
Okay, that's why I didn't understand what was going on.
Okay. And then in in C, going down the section C3A, it should be, I still think a properly sized flare stack sounds better than a flare stack is properly sized.
That is fine.
Okay. C3A should be a properly sized flare stack is equipped. Yeah.
And is there any comment about just C3 itself right above?
I think it makes sense. I mean,
Yeah, I thought we had talked about this.
we sort of did when we talked about G.
Yeah. And I think that.
I like the provision at the end, whichever is sooner. I think that's important.
I think that's a good.
So Namoga has a change in 3B. They want it to be once a week instead of twice. I think I think twice a week. Because at this point, I think the gas quality can be changing. And it could lead to, and so essentially here the provision is how long can they flare if the gas quality doesn't meet pipeline specs. So if they're only testing once per week, you're gonna wait another 7 assumed days.
Yeah.
And what if 2 days later, actually it now meets pipeline spec, you will have flared an extra 4 days.
I think I agree with that. I was just gonna borrow back the exhibit A, or the exhibit A to see if there's. The only justification they give, that Namoga gives in exhibit A related to the frequency of sampling is to say, since operators have every incentive to sell the gas, as soon as it is feasible, sampling more than once per week is unnecessary.
But how are they gonna know that it's pipeline quality if they don't sample?
So I'm fine with the twice a week.
Okay, I think we leave at the division's proposal, Dr. Member. I think that rounds us out with C. So on to D. Venting and flaring of production operations. We heard testimony on the removal of the first item from the division, which I agree with. I think it was specifically asked to be removed by NRED.
Okay.
How many papers? So I think the removal of 1 is good. And I am good with the new one, which just very cleanly says during emergency or malfunction. Okay.
Any other thoughts on that from other commission members? I want to make sure everyone's got input on this.
I like the removal of the language surrounding emergency or malfunction. I think that the simple version is better. Let's see.
No, I like it too.
So are we on 2?
Yeah. And there were no comments
No.
on the new one from Namoga or Climate Advocates.
No.
There are comments on 2. by both parties.
I think Nemoga's is just to remove all in front of reasonable.
And they proposed in B, I guess. Well, let's look at A, 2A first. The new 2A as proposed by climate advocates. I mean, I feel like we heard quite a bit of testimony on this from Mr. Davis.
I don't, just as between the Nemoga and the OCD version, I think it's legitimate to require all reasonable actions, because if an action is reasonable, you should always take it. So
I agree.
I don't have an issue with the division's proposal as between the division and Nemoga's proposal. I was having trouble reading all three at once. I kept getting lost. So now we turn to climate advocates versus divisions. Dr. Engler, do you have thoughts on this one?
Which part, so yours?
I think climate advocates, D2A. I mean, for me, I feel like this is trying to assert that like a plunger lift is some sort of waste minimization device, and it's just not. I think there was quite a bit of testimony on that from Mr. Davis. There also, I think, is quite a bit of documentation of that within the MAP report, which is one of the exhibits from OCD. I just don't find that that's appropriate.
Yeah, and I think it's getting prescriptive.
And it's just not the best option for all wells, and it's just not a waste minimization device as it's being proposed here.
It is an option, but it's not the only
Yeah.
option. That's correct.
Okay, so do you agree with not including that proposal?
That is also correct.
Okay. All right. So we probably, we addressed the all, I mean, Dr. Engler, do you agree with the all thing
Yeah, where was that at?
in Nemoga's D2B?
This is for liquid unloading by manual purging.
Yeah, not the other language yet. Let's just look at the all. I mean, I think Commissioner Kessler's point was if an action is reasonable, then wouldn't you take it? So you should take all reasonable actions. If an action is unreasonable, then it's not.
So there's that one word, all right there.
I think we should leave it. I mean, if the action again is something that's reasonable, it should be taken.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So you,
Why did you want to take it out? It's all, so reasonable action.
Too many reasonable actions.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so then there was a lot of discussion and testimony about this proximity issue. in D2B.
And I guess that's tough because I heard absolutely the concerns about needing somebody on site for safety reasons, but I also I think the sort of on the ground operational piece of it that Mr. Davis described was compelling. I mean, I think that to be doing the scenario where you could be unloading liquids for several different sites, that you might have to go into town to call somebody, that they're to require somebody to be chained to the site, I think misunderstands some of the variability that just happens when you're in the field.
And I think there was testimony too that like more could be accomplished and maybe ultimately more waste minimized.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure how.
Close proximity, I don't think is the answer. So.
And this we had talked about in testimony, posts at the well site, the contact information of the person. I guess like, I don't know, my mind goes to the non-prudent operators. What if you just post something on your well site and like it's just up there for ever? And that's your like, hey, look, I was in compliance because I posted this. Maybe it needs the current date, date and time. I mean, that seems really like nitpicky and in the weeds, but like those are the things I'm concerned about. Yeah, they should take out the latest magazine with them and hold it up.
So how about we say shall remain at what is the division?
The division, I think, is like the operator remains, it's on the top of page 4. The operator remains present on site until the end of unloading.
How about operator remains present on site until the end of unloading, or within close proximity while posting contact information and date.
Have you looked at the Namoga one? How do you feel about that?
So in the OCD rebuttal, they state that BLM required operators to remain on site.
Oh, they do. They do.
And so basically, and they quote, person conducting the well purging remain present on site throughout the event. Okay, so again, within the rebuttal of OCD, they quote from the BLM, person conducting the well purging remain present on site throughout the event. So
I think Colorado requires it too.
it also states that Colorado requires that. But I felt like Mr. Davis gave a very good scenario.
Yeah.
Which that I agree with about, I don't know if I call it, I guess, an exception or just a practice of how to be able to, you have a central facility, you're going to be looking at multiple wells and how to be able to balance the system to make it come online. And I guess that's where the word close proximity provides, is not defined enough.
But I don't mind.
Do you see Namoga's proposal? How do you feel about
yeah, I'm fine with Namoga's proposal, which says for liquids unloading by manual purging, the operator remains present on site or posts at the well site the contact information of the personnel conducting the liquids unloading operation and ensures that personnel remains within 30 minutes drive time of the well being unloaded.
Can you slow down, please? Thank you.
I'll slow down. And ensures that personnel remains within 30 minutes drive time of the well being unloaded until the end of unloading. I'm fine with that. I think that's a reasonable proposal. You know, in general, I like being consistent with the BLM, but the BLM better wrong here.
I think that is good, yes.
I mean, I think there was compelling testimony on this item, particularly from Mr. Davis. So, Mr. Moander, do you by chance have Namoga's proposal for this? Or you could just put a note in there to accept.
All right, and what I'm doing, so you guys know, is I'm juggling all, because I don't have a paper file, all digital. So this is a little bit of a morass for me, but does that, just for the sake of brevity, so subparagraph 2, so that'd be what? D2 is going to be rewritten per Namoga.
Per Namoga, except for the removal of all, the term all.
All right, give me.
But otherwise, that sort of big sentence in the middle.
Which sentence?
That doesn't look like it's in the right place. I'm sorry, it's in B, 2B.
Oh, 2B.
D2B. Yeah.
Okay, so that's the paragraph we're going to be.
Yeah, D2B, we are good with the Namoga changes, except for the removal of all. We want to keep the term all in the language.
All right.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so I'm just doing like a time check. It's 4:51. We are in the middle of section D. I would at least like to finish section D.
There's a lot. Wait.
There aren't a lot, I mean, there are a handful of other changes, mostly on division side. I don't know, sort of don't like hanging in the middle.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I'm sorry, if that's okay with Dr. Engler, I think we can hustle through it.
Let's hustle.
That's hustle.
Prudently, appropriately hustle.
So we were on
2B, D2B, we just did. The C and D had no, well, okay. Climate Advocates proposes to strike C.
That's because they had it in there, eh?
Yeah, I think that's because it was they sort of had a modified version up above and we struck that.
So we'll keep it in.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, so are we on 3?
D. There's no changes in D, so yes, I'm sorry. The new 3, my apologies. This is just changing the terminology to match the definitions.
Yeah.
As is 3A.
So no problems there.
No problems there. Okay. 3C. There is a change from Climate Advocates. No change from Namoga.
Chair, I believe there is a change proposed by climate advocates in 3C.
Yes, sorry, that's what I said, I think. Maybe I did. It's been a long day, thank you.
So this seems to indicate that they want to know whether or not that there should be an assessment of pain quantities performed within 60 days. Am I reading that right?
In the Climate Advocate proposal?
Yeah.
mean, I guess I don't understand. I feel like the current language already covers this. This is just like a reminder.
So I think that,
So the first part of 3C is 15 days.
Yeah.
And the request of the addition is 60 days.
Well, it's like within 15 days of determining that it's in payable quantity. But then the bottom part,
I think, I mean, as I read this, the intention is to limit the 12 months, yeah, and it says this in explanation. Basically, they want to shorten up that 12 months of time where you could use to determine whether or not a well is producing and paying quantities. They want to shorten that to 60 days unless the operator seeks an extension of time. And just from common practice with the land office, we definitely evaluate whether or not a well is producing and paying quantities over a year rather than a shorter time frame. And I think, especially for exploratory wells, the intention is to, well, I guess I can see it both ways. I think 60 days is too short a time to determine whether or not a well can produce and paying quantities. With decline curves, I think you're going to know within the first several months, but I don't think 60 days. So if we wanted to do something where we said, instead of basing the paying quantities determination on 12 months, we said based on 6 months, and then an operator could ask for leave for more time, I'd be comfortable with that. Otherwise, I'm fine just deferring to what the division has used in their assessment.
the division removed any sort of reference to like a hard time frame. It's now just within 15 days.
No, if you look right at the top during the first 12 months of production.
Oh, got it. Thanks. So you're saying potentially make it like the first 6 months? My concern is like, did we actually get any testimony on this?
No, you know what, we did not. We did not have any discussion.
I mean, it says that Mr. Alexander, and it says transcript on 114.
Yeah, let me pull that up.
Yeah. I don't, am I like, oh, is this page 100, line 17?
Yeah, page 100, line 17 through 101. Oh, through pages 100 and 101.
Oh, okay.
And those are the lines. I'm having trouble finding the transcript from that day.
It says, all right, so the question to Mr. Alexander. I would now like to discuss EDF's suggested revisions to the exception that allows operators to vent and flare from an exploratory well. We made some suggested revisions to that exception. Could you walk the commission through? So there's blah, blah, blah. Go to line 17. On the other hand, there is the notion that, which we support, that 12 months is far in excess of what is generally required to evaluate the well's potential. Now, the alternative definition or proposal here to this is that the operator will begin to file certain form C-129, I think within 15 days of determining the wells within payable quantities. we feel that even with that, we understand that perhaps the intent is that the operator is going to do the right thing. And as soon as they determine the well is capable of producing in payable quantities, if they're going to shut it in or wait for infrastructure or whatever, we propose the alternative philosophy, and that is give the operator, say, 2 months, 60 days to evaluate a well. Make it incumbent upon the operator to provide sufficient technical evidence to the division that if they need more time, here's why, and it can be granted. If you give an operator 12 months, they will take 12 months. If you give an operator 2 months and require additional information, then you will get that. And in that case, you are going to almost always minimize waste, whereas if you give an operator 12 months, you will almost always increase waste and pollution to the environment.
But that doesn't say anything about, there's no explanation there of how you can look at 2 months data and determine whether or not a well is producing in paying quantities. I mean, the factors that you look at for production and paying quantities are production over several months. And so I just to be able to say you're shortening up that time frame when there needs to be more of a discussion of how you evaluate that data, and they don't say how you would do that quicker. They just say that you should do it quicker. So I don't think that that to me doesn't provide record evidence of why or how that determination can be done more quickly. It just sort of summarily says that they should do it more quickly.
Dr. Engler, do you have any from your experience?
Well, it seems to me that some of our engineering is rubbing off on Commissioner Kessler.
Well, no, this is, the land office regularly does analyses of production and paying quantities, and it's something that I regularly look at, so an area of engineering with which I am familiar. But
Did I just say that?
No, it's not you.
Oh. Yeah, I'm having trouble trying to understand this.
I think essentially they think, well, from the testimony, if we give them 12 months, they're saying they're going to take 12 months, which maybe is 6 months longer or 8 months longer or 10 months longer than they actually needed.
But it takes longer than 2 months to determine whether or not a well is producing in paying quantities. I don't think that to me is inarguable.
I agree.
The number of months, I don't disagree with what they say with however long we give them an operator is probably going to take. But the standard for evaluating production and paying quantities is a year. And short of falling back on what the standard is, I would want to see some sort of evidence that it can be evaluated in a shorter amount of time. It may well be able to. That evidence is not before us.
Do you have any technical expertise on that, Dr. Engler?
Oh, yeah, but no, I think. Yeah, I could talk for hours on that, but no, I think Mr. Kessler is probably quite correct. I think you just really need that time of 12 months to evaluate, in this case, with your production decline.
Yeah, please.
To evaluate production decline.
So you think leave as is?
Yeah, I just can't see how this. I do understand the intent. Just try to minimize that waste by minimizing the time potentially. I'm just not convinced this argument is here.
I guess my concern would be like picking any other sort of time would be totally arbitrary. We would say 6 months,
Yeah.
but there's no basis.
There's no evidence.
And Madam Chair, that's my concern with this as well, is it sounds like there's nothing to back up altering the language at this point.
Okay. All right. Well, then we keep the language as proposed by the division throughout 3. So in 3A and 3C.
Can I ask for 3C under division? What's the or at the end for?
It may be misplaced. Is it?
If you look at,
I think
Which-
you included it.
You know, at the very end of C, there's an or.
Well, because, you know, and technically everything it goes back to D, the operator should
Yeah.
not venture flare natural gas except.
Yes.
So now we would go to 4, and so I think that or can go. It was at 3C at the end of it. Good catch.
One second, let me look at this again and make sure this is reading. I'm going to highlight that to come back. I want to look at this with some fresh eyes to see if there's a reason for that, but I'll temporarily delete it.
that's fine.
Sounds good.
Okay. All right, 4. So there are a couple modifications. Namoga has a modification. I'm not quite sure. And then in 4H from Climate Advocates. So let's first go to 4C. So basically, they cannot vent and flare unless during the following activities. I'm sorry, they cannot vent and flare except during the following activities unless prohibited by all these other things. Yeah, I think C is correct. You need to be able, regardless if it was planned or unplanned, you have to be able to vent or flare for repair or maintenance.
So removing the word schedule.
Yeah, I agree. I guess what I'm saying is I agree with removing the word scheduled. You have to be able to, regardless of if it's scheduled or not, repair and maintain your equipment. Or you're gonna have bigger problems down the road. For E,
It doesn't look like there's an issue.
I actually think we do have to modify it because we decided to include reporting of controlled tanks. Right? So I think what it's saying is you can't vent, so, you know, the first statement of this is you can't vent and flare except during the following activities. One of the activities you can vent and or flare. I think the clarification too is you can vent or flare during these times, but it still may count against you.
Yeah.
So normal
it's still
operations
I think it's,
of a storage tank other than low, but not including, so you're still not allowed to vent from your thief hatch. Oh, no, actually this may be fine.
Yeah.
I was reading it differently first. I think it's talking about the thief hatch that's located on a tank.
Correct.
But why do we care if it's routed to a flare control device? I don't understand the routed to a flare control device. Why does that matter? If the thief hatch is on a tank that's not routed to a flare control device, they can leave it open? Is that, am I reading that wrong?
I don't know, I'm not following this right now. It's end of the day, so. I don't know.
You're not the only one.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, well, so if that sentence were removed, or that, not sentence, that clause removed, it sounds like this subsection E wouldn't change at all. Is that what you're getting at?
Well, I guess I don't understand. Okay, so if you take a step back, right, like the whole purpose of this section is venting and flaring during production operations. The operator shall not vent or flare gas except during the following activities. So it's saying you can vent or flare during normal operation of a storage tank or low pressure production vessel, but you cannot vent and flare. That's not included. You basically, sure, you can vent from a storage tank, but that does not include venting from a thief hatch that is located on a tank that is not fully and properly closed or maintained on a schedule. I don't understand why it matters if the thief hatch is on a tank that is routed to a flare or control device.
Yeah, it seems like you shouldn't be able to vent or flare from a thief hatch.
Yeah, like it, I've
Regardless of whether or not it.
yes,
Yeah.
that's where I'm going. I'm fine with everything of the modifications there, except for, I think we strike the routed to a flare or control device. Because that seems to say that if it's on a tank that's not controlled, sure, open the
Yeah.
hatch, you're all good.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me.
Okay,
Correct.
look at us go. F. I am fine with F.
Yeah, that
I-
looks good to me.
Am good with G. I think we heard quite a bit of testimony on Y. Yeah, F and G are good. We heard quite a bit of testimony from multiple parties as to why that's necessary. Okay, H. For H, there's a modification from Climate Alliance. And we heard testimony from the division from Mr. Powell on this. And I cannot recall exactly the time frame he said, but he said 30 minutes was way too short.
Yeah, Mr. Powell's testimony, he clearly said that, if you have multiple strings, you could easily be, depending on the string, 30 minutes per string. And I would concur with Mr. Powell because I've done that.
Yeah, and Mr. Powell has very extensive experience in that.
He's correct.
Okay, and Braden had tests are very important for a variety of issues, and one is to prevent. Well,
Madam Chair,
yes,
I'm sorry, this is Felicia. Namoga proposed a new H.
Yeah, there's something above H.
oh, okay,
But I think we can wrap up the discussion of Braden had test. I agree with you. I think for the current H, and then we can go back above, I think that it's appropriate to defer to Mr. Powell.
yeah, okay, so we're not accepting the Climate Alliance proposal to H. Now let's look at, I think, okay, so Namoga's new proposal, I think this is their updated version of, there was like the, that I had a lot of concerns about in testimony. I feel like this is a new version of it. Okay, so originally their proposal was you could vent from fugitive emissions components, such as valves, flanges, connectors. That language, I think we raised a lot of concerns with in testimony. I believe that this is their new version of it.
That's what it looks like. This would authorize, not routine, but I suppose routine venting or flaring, mostly venting from fugitive emissions components as defined. The only question I have there is, how does that, what's in the record related to how fugitive emissions of this type are not waste? So are they, we didn't discuss this one, but are they unnecessary or are they excessive?
I'm trying to look back at the exhibits. My concern initially with looking at this is normal unintentional leaks that are not the result of an adequate equipment design or maintenance. I mean, unintentional leaks can be, I mean, the magnitude of that could be very large depending on your leak. So I feel like that allows a whole variety of problems in. Just because it's unintentional doesn't make it not waste.
Hi.
Hi.
Sorry, my dog, I forgot my dog just walked in. He's pointing at his mouth, telling me exactly what time it is. I'm like, yeah, I know.
He's saying hurry up.
I've got about 4 more minutes before I need to go, so we're getting real close. You can tell your dog that.
Yeah.
He sends his gratitude.
I mean, I sort of wonder if we should table that one to tomorrow.
I think that might be a big one. Yeah.
Because I want to have like a
Sincere discussion.
sincere discussion. Let's just, so K and L, I think we've already discussed L, which
Yeah.
aligns, we discussed it earlier in the commission of pipelines, we discussed it during the oxygen conversation. L is I think we're
good with L.
We're good with L.
That's necessary and is therefore not waste.
Yes. And then K, the only change here is, again, they want to do it once per week, which we already discussed earlier.
And I'm fine with the division not specifying what would cause the natural gas not to meet spec, because it could be things besides nitrogen or H2S, but I agree that I'm fine with twice a week.
Yeah, and twice a
we
week
have
is,
that
it aligns with our discussion in C3B. Okay. And with that,
So we're gonna put a pin in it for this discussion about Namoga's proposed H, and then otherwise have finished section B.
yes. So we can start tomorrow with H. And Namoga's proposed H, and then go on to E.
Okay.
Hope to get done, huh?
Yeah, I think the good thing is a lot of the changes in 28 are pretty analogous. There's some
Yeah.
unique ones. All right, well, with that, everybody, it is 5:18, and we will see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock.